I'll let you know when we're God, these kids. My sound's off. Let me pop my chat out. Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations with my friend Arnie Layton. Woo! Sorry we're a little late. We're waiting on Jesse, but we've decided just to go live right now. So I hope more people show up, but I know everybody's probably like, what the hell's going on?
How's everybody doing?
Yay! Hi, Ashmaya. Yay! You get Freya emojis. Vote for Freya.
Hmm.
You
Yep.
get one free vote
Third.
on Facebook.
She was third yesterday. I know.
Yeah, she's like teetering between second and third. I'm having my staff. I'm like, guys, please.
But
Um,
every day, just vote.
just vote. You know, the premise that I put on the actual like this there's a whole profile thing you have to fill out. I'm like, it started with little Thor. Because I'm like, I have to share my joy with people. I can't just hide this little cat by myself. And then it became Freya and then little possum guy. I'm like, he's eating cat food. He's not running away. He's not playing possum because they do that.
Yeah.
He just skimpers down and he runs away from me. I thought I was gonna catch him one day. Like that would have been bad. I would have been, oh no, what's wrong with
What?
him? Um, yeah, and just trying to bring joy to people. And then the jingles started happening. I'm not a songwriter like you.
Yeah.
I have a catchy cat tune. That's
I
about
found
it.
all this stuff from years ago. So,
Well,
but
it still resonates now.
yeah. So I remember Jesse sent us something asking, like, what would we tell someone who's in the process of being enlightened? What's like the craziest thing like that happened to you, or something like that? For me, I guess what I would tell the person with that would be you got to trust. You got to trust in you. And even if you come across something that sounds totally crazy, don't discard it, but look into it because you might be amazed at where it brings you to the next step and like that.
Craziest thing that happened to me is that Stargate.
Oh, if it's a crazy thing that happened, well, for me, it's in meditation. One time in my backyard, I lost about 3.5 hours where I was actually in the meditation and it felt like I was in it for like 10 minutes and I did not fall asleep. And when I went inside, well, first of all, when I came out of it, I realized that there was a little bit, they just looked different outside. When I went inside and I saw the time, I was amazed.
I love when
And
that happens.
when I presented that to the person that was mentoring me at the time, when they went in and like asked about it, they said that I opened a portal and somehow that portal came in on me and then went back out. And so that's why it was actually in linear time here 3 hours, but for me, the time was shorter.
Yeah.
That's pretty far out there. So
I wonder, did they say where you went?
no.
They couldn't find. I mean, we have a lot of overlays. The Schumann resonance right now is finally proving that it's proving it. I will show in a second when it uploads here. So when I say that it grids and there's overlays, we got to think about like, okay, our downloads is the white spikes that come down. That's all the light and the information coming down from upstairs. But then we have the horizontal and the vertical lines. What is it gridding? It's in squared patterns. It's like on a scale. Hi, Michael.
Hmm.
That in my estimation is density dropping. So our higher self is dropping in the density of the new shift because it doesn't go all the way down. It gets hard, it gets vertical. But up here, it's starting to come in on the light is coming in this way, not necessarily that way.
Hmm.
So I think a lot of us are starting to bring heaven, what we consider what heaven is, to earth.
Well, it's true because over the past few years, the veils, the layers of the veils have been collapsing in onto one anyway.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, more people are having experiences with spirit, with shadow figures. It doesn't need to be polarized negative or positive. That people are starting to see things out of the corner of their eyes and going, "What was that?"
Hmm.
And you can only say, "Hey, like you're seeing beyond the veil. Whatever is presenting itself, you're catching glimpses of it." I mean, I know most of us that go into meditation, I mow the grass and I'm just like in lolly da land and all of a sudden everything's glittering and I got butterflies surrounding me.
Hmm. And that's true what you're saying right there too. And that's what people need to realize. Meditation is not sitting like this, closing your eyes and om constantly. Meditation could be anything. Hey, there goes chicken.
Chicken! I'm like, you don't need to see my pores or my black circles under my.
But yeah, meditation could be anything. It could be mowing the lawn. It could be listening to music. It could be anything. Doing the dishes. Anything.
I mean, I do my artwork, I'm meditating. Like it's very hard for me to do a craft and sip and go sitting here like, oh, I'm gonna draw my little lady right now. I'm like in the zone. I'm like, hi.
Yeah.
I'm sure when you're playing, like I know people that play music just to just strum the guitar strings and just you're in a free state of flow. I
Hmm.
can imagine. I don't play, but
Yeah. Well, actually, like Michael had mentioned that the other night, and he says, as he thinks back, going back, that's was like a channeling, and that's definitely correct. It's like a meditative state. Because I'll do that. I'll work. I'll do like art on the computer with the 432 hertz music in the background, and it's 5 hours, 3 hours as you're doing stuff, and it's like nothing. And you're also allowing yourself to be open to bring stuff in, which is pretty cool.
yeah, I know. I'm bringing things in now. I'm so hot.
That's I know this is that I was telling you right before too. I was like cold and I got really hot as I got this on. The same thing. It's like you can just feel. I'll feel around me. I'll feel like the change in the energy. It'll feel like not really a temperature change, but just like a fluctuation in the energy, and it'll affect me a certain way. It'll make me hot, make me cold, or like that. Get
That's
chills.
that's how I know I'm channeling.
Mhm.
I will start feeling the energy around me and then I'll start feeling the shift in my vibration in my brain. And then I'll know that I certain things are coming through. But I can't do that on a whim. It just happens. I don't like sit there in kumbaya like Bashar and go, "Oh, here, hi." No, it's just I know there's a shift in my energy and then
Hmm.
spiritual vomit.
Yep. And sometimes, like at least for me, with like stuff like that, you don't even realize you having stuff come in, and it can be days later where things will start to process, and you'll start getting little things that come out.
Yeah, the I know Jesse messaged me. He channeled something and it was like paragraphs. I'm like, whoa, that's awesome. But
Hmm.
I don't give the beings that come through me, besides the two that I know having experience with me, I don't give them names because energy doesn't have name. It's a frequency.
Yeah,
It's a very,
I couldn't give any detail of whatever comes through to me either. I don't see it being, I don't feel a being. I feel,
energy.
yeah, energetic presence,
Yeah.
sort of like. Sometimes I'll be able to tell, like I can feel like when, let's say, Marianne is around, I can tell that it's a different type of energy.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, I know when my parents come, like the last moment I had with my dad, he makes me want to cry. Like I'll start welling up, but not in because I'm sad, just because that's the last thing I did with him, and I'll feel like a pressure on my hand. That I had with this hand. My mom comes through this hand, same thing, but she gives me a sense of calm. So I know it's them, then that energy, because I mean, you're bonded with Marianne in the same sense. Like you had a physical exchange with her. I had a physical exchange with my parents. These galactic fun guys up there, they're just like, hi, we're gonna just show you some light codes and have fun.
yeah, that's what I get actually. He's not in the room or anything, right? The chat room. Let's
Not yet.
see.
Yeah, Q Crew comes in and I feel him once in a while. Hi Scott. Hi guys. Hi Michael. Hi Lori. Thank you for showing up, guys. We're waiting on Jesse. I don't know if Jesse forgot. I don't know if he's showing up. He might. It's okay. We're a little late, but that's all right. We did have a blackout. We had a blackout, I think this morning. Yeah, this morning we had one. It's a little guy. It's a little guy. But even with the Schumann residence, I was live a few weeks ago and the blackout was bleeping in and out. I'm like, no way am I not seeing it. I'm not going crazy. And I put the phone to the screen and everybody's like, no, yeah, you're not crazy. It's coming in and out. And then it never showed up on the chart the next day.
Wow,
It didn't show up at all that we
that
had one. So what was I seeing and what did everybody else experience?
hmm, a real good shift.
I mean,
Wow,
maybe it was for the collective of the people that were here to see it. And I'm just like, it's going in and out. And I've never seen these charts
wow,
shift any kind of color or anything. I thought it's like a regular scale. It comes in and that's it. But the blackout was like, hi, how you doing? And going away. Hi, how you doing? Going away.
wow. The what that site, does it say what that would be or anything? What it could be? No. Oh,
I've been trying to look into that and I haven't seen anybody on Facebook or on any other application like Telegram say, "Oh, did you see that too?" No one. I took a screenshot like I mean it's on the live so it's recorded that it happened, but my I'm like this is weird. And I thought I was just seeing it. I'm like, "No, you guys have to see this." Hang on. And then it would come up. Crazy shit. Crazy.
let
But
me
I
ask
think
you.
that's the shift.
Let me ask you this: what do you see for 2026?
A lot of people starting to come into the understanding that perception needs to change. The way the world needs to be viewed needs to change. I don't think a lot of people are there just yet, but I'm starting to see it with people that are not in any way spiritual or political.
Mhm.
they're noticing shifts in self. That like my teacher yesterday, when I was live doing my craft and sip, there was a drive-by by her house. Scary things, like I had the bullet go through my house. It's and the sense of like reaction was calm, not freaking out, not going, "Oh my God, it's the end of the world." And she's like, "Yeah, my response to things have been different." She's like, if you didn't point that out, she's like, I would have really not noticed, but a lot more people are starting to not react in the same way to certain stimulus that in the old self would have been freaking out. And I noticed that in myself.
Mm, okay. Yeah, I noticed like that also with the recent incident that happened. I really try not to give it too much energy, but I see what it is, and it's all about causing the divide. The it's at the end of like last year, I started feeling like with the three eye atlas, I just go by a knowing and a feeling. That is not just a comet, but it's also not an entity as we would think of entities. It's like a consciousness.
Yeah.
And with that, as that's coming around and passing, that's also changing the perception, like you were saying, of everything within and around us. And I also believe that in like 2026, 2027, in that time frame, there will be some kind of disclosure. I do not know if it's going to be where they actually tell us that AT life actually exists, if something's going to appear to everyone and it's not going to be Bluebeam, um, or if it's going to just be just more individual people that are meant to bring the collective into more of a oneness. That's my feeling.
So, with what's going on, we're seeing more and more people calling out the fuckery.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing more people calling it out. They're like, no, that's a paid shill. That's a paid person. Like, do you hear the people from actual that lived in Venezuela? It's the same thing with the people in the other communist countries, like saying, do you understand what you're talking? Like, what you have to be paid for that opinion.
Do people actually know what happened in Venezuela? That's the thing, too. In the 90s, Venezuela was the third highest economic country in the world. They were not socialist, they were not like Democrat, they were a prospering country. And what did they do in Venezuela? What they try to do here. They want to take your right to bear arms away. They did that, and then they started suppressing the people, where the people couldn't even eat anymore. And that's what they wanted to do here. So they made it a third world country. So, like you're saying, true. You're hearing, a message from whoever they want to speak or whoever they're putting in there to speak. You're not hearing from the real people who are probably 1,000% behind what's being done.
Oh, but now the normal people that listen to news and that are still tuning into that reality, they are finally starting to be like, wait a second.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Black Lives Matter. I'm in a very diverse area, and I'm more of the minority than I am the majority. And let me tell you what, those people caught on really damn quick. They're like, why is a lot of white people here? Like, that something is a little bit off. That's a little, like make it make sense. Like if you're gonna make things make sense, like make it practical, not so impractical that you're like, okay, that lady that got taken out. I didn't see any pigment of melanin in her skin, and I'm not judging here, but I bet you she's like, oh, there's another way I can get paid. I mean, and that's another, I think, dichotomy that's going to start changing around here. People are so third. Like, I'm really hoping the economy starts we're seeing little bits,
Mhm.
but I mean, I for the most of the country, people are really, really, I mean, we've all been in it for a while, a long time, years now. People need a way of making money, and it's just you have integrity for yourself. And we're seeing the people that really don't. They're just like, I'm that desperate to put food on my table. I don't care what I have to act. I'm just gonna go out, not realizing your life is on the stakes.
Yeah, and they don't care because you just you know a peg in the game to them. They really don't give a damn as long as their results get put through. That's all they care about. Care nothing about the people.
And I think that I really think for this 2026, that's another change that I think more people are going to start realizing, like, what is worth standing up for and what's safe to stand up for. And not to say not to stand up for what you feel to be your truth, but are you doing it in a way that's causing harm, or are you doing it in a way that is going to actually elevate people? Everything that's being, like you said, everything being done now is done in separation and limitation. That's the third dimensional way of doing things, because that's what we've been programmed to do. Now that we have shifted and we're expanding, we're in 4D. We have to start finding those commonalities and saying, you know what, you can have a different way of thinking, and I respect you. Thank you for your opinion. And leave it there. Why do you need to kill and fight and do those things that are not really humane?
Yeah, well, to try to push the agendas. They're not
I
going to
don't think
stop.
they're going to work anymore.
No, that's the thing. They will start backfiring on them because, like you said, enough people are already shifting from 3 to 4D that what would have been blinding to them and wouldn't give it a second thought, just would believe everything they see 10 years ago. They don't see it that way now. Even the people that are so brainwashed, let's say, so into the system, even at least I know from people I know around me, like when I start saying something, whereas they would just like dismiss me, now they sit there and they're quiet and they listen. So, because they're having second thoughts or starting to see it too, but they're not ready to do anything yet.
No,
And
and
it's
that's a part of the ego, and that's a part of letting go of the program.
Mhm.
Their ego calls that safe. That chaos that's out in the world that everybody experiences, a lot of people find safety in that because that's all they know. Where many of us have, okay, we're having these out of world experiences. We got to keep that hush hush for half of our lives, at least for me, because people thought I was schizophrenic. And now more and more people are getting the confidence and the self-empowerment to say, well, I had an experience too. And now more people are sharing stuff. The alien agenda and that disclosure stuff, I want to see the government more for this disclosure aspect, for them to actually, hey, we've had this stuff since 1920 and probably even earlier than that.
Yeah. Well, look at like,
Mr. C. Kyle had the bell.
yeah,
Where did that come from? Like this stuff, like, did we just dismiss Eisenhower and Valiant Thor? Where did he go? Where did that conversation go? It like escaped. Like that's the stuff that I'm hoping is brought out because it's already occurred. It's not like you can't find those articles. And if even if it's 1984 out of the system, there's still people got those Encyclopedia Britannica still, and they still have things that will present that honest truth.
right.
Whereas now the government can go, oh, this is a CGI. We just CGI'd this. So and that's another thing. I'm glad AI is out. I'm glad this stuff is being shown because look, oh, I can mimic myself. Like you see those commercials now on YouTube channels, and it happens on mine. Oh, look, you could clone yourself. Oh, but that's not new. That's old.
Yes.
And that's the disclosure I'm hoping that comes out. It's stuff a lot of us are already cognizant of, but for the people that are in a sleepy land, at least they can go, wait a second. If they could do that,
Hmm. What else could they
what
do? Yeah.
else can they have already done? And with the aliens and Bluebeam and all that, they're here. They've been here. They
They've
just
been,
might uncloak themselves one day. So
yeah.
somebody might just like unzip themselves somehow, and then they just become this 8 foot being, 10 foot being, and go, whoa, hi.
Well, when we were of a higher vibration, the time, even let's say the Bible, right? If you look at the images in the Bible, a lot of the images show people and you'll see craft, or you'll see, the different types of beings because we were at a higher vibration where we could see these things and we interacted with them more. Everything we know is alive. I mean, you know that too, pretty much, whatever we've been taught. So it's only been maybe the past 500 years that they've really been trying to suppress everything and bury everything, all the truth, and keep lowering our vibration and to change us to stay in the negative paradigm of things, which we're no longer doing, and we're not going to do.
That's why we're here. We're
Yeah.
shifting it. We came in knowing, I mean, I know I was a giant. I know I was Freya in a fractal on Asgard. I've been, I literally was teleported in my vivid sleep state, and I saw it for myself. And I had neutral beings. I want to say they weren't cosmic and outside of the paradigm. I think they're inner, transdimensional, and they took me through a portal. And there I did like one of those Mario mushroom eating things, and I just like grew, doop doop doop. And I had a little vision, and then they're like, okay, now it's time to go back. Okay, thank you. But it's through inner earth. Again, not in this reality, in another dimensional space, overlaid.
Mhm.
Everything's overlaid.
That's what I think space is too. I think space. It's not space as we see it out there. It's space within portals. It's space within dimensional rifts. It's space within like that. Because me personally, I believe a lot of the stuff that is original in the Bible is true. I believe there is a dome only because and it was something that was too real. It wasn't. I know the difference between a dream and a travel, and I was up on what would be like the dome, and there were all other beings up on this, and there were little. It was almost like fish bowls
Yeah.
on top, and I was being told, "This is you. This is you. This is you. This is." So I'm getting chills. It was like all different. I never told anybody this either. It was like all different versions of you, and it was like which do you want to choose? Because you're gonna have all the experience anyway. As
Yes.
crazy as that sounds. That's like
No.
a crazy thing that I could have said. So, but
No. But that's superposition. If you really think about it from a spiritual person standpoint, you are everything before you entered this vehicle that you already played out. You were a different color, you're a different race, you're from a different country, and then the starseed paradigm, you're from a different galaxy or from a different planet. Some of us had Meldeck, some of us had Mars, some of us were on Venus, some of us were on Jupiter. That's not an outside of the realm of thinking, but you get to choose. And now here we are raised up a level. You have a superposition in quantum mechanics. It's the same thing. You have other experiences. So when you transcend and die, this vehicle dies, you get to choose your next experience. You don't have to go into the light necessarily, what they deem that as. You can go, oh, I didn't finish my journey, and you can just hop in the other parallel self and pick off from there. Your soul can do a lot of things. We just limit what we know. And then people like, people say, you're nuts. Not until you get up there and you see, I know after I transcend, the next life I chose was my light body. I know that because I'm very in tuned with my light body. But I have another self on the Pleiades and with the gun. I know that.
Mhm.
I I also am an archangel. I get little snapshots, and not everybody's going to feel or know that for themselves until their soul is ready to share that and impart that with you. But I believe in the firmament as well. And the other day, I saw an article on Facebook. Oh, a rocket hit the firmament.
Mhm.
So tell me, like, yeah, the Bible has. I read the Bible as more of a Gnostic text and more of a allegory, but truth, majority of it is truth, and it's also spoken from infiltrated beings.
Yeah, yeah. It's been totally manipulated and rewritten. It's been rewritten to cause fear.
Yeah,
It's a book of fear. It's not a book of, and there's so many books are taken out of it too. How many contexts? Like 700 or something like that, right? Or 711.
something crazy, and that's an I think another discovery that's going to start happening around and now between 26, 27 to 30. We're going to find more scrolls. We're going to find more to pre-Diluvian paradigm. We're going to find that stuff. It's already sort of in our stuff a little bit. I was reading the Blavatsky, and it was talking about Enoch and how Enoch is really just a title to, it's like Hermes and Thoth. Those are just titles. It's not the being itself. It's a compendium of beings who have the same inference and knowledge base that are speaking these paradigms. Was Enoch a real guy? I don't know. Was there a giant named Enoch or in Enoch or whatever they may be? But the story from the Greek to the Christian to the Vedic is almost identical. I mean, we look at everything else, it's all past, it's pre-Diluvian, it's Atlantean. The
Hmm.
law of one, it's Ra after the deluge in Chem. Ra's like, yeah, we tried to come down and help you guys, and you started making us gods. And then you kind of distorted the law of one that we were trying to impart on you, so we had to go by. Like, what happened to them? They were in form.
Hmm.
They were in form. I mean, as an artist, you look at Chichen Itza and you look at all these other places, there's pyramids in multiple spots around the world, not just
Everywhere,
Egypt.
everywhere. Here, even under the waters and the oceans, everywhere. Yeah.
So where did that come from? It wasn't originated in Egypt. These beings brought them, made them, created them, whatever, manifested them.
Stargates, star points, jump points, all of that. Yeah.
I mean, and they came down. I mean, what I reading Transylvania Sunrise and Sunset. I mean, those books are insane. They are about Busegi Mountain and then the Stargate that leads to Iraq.
Yes, and that's another reason why they had to go in there in the early 2000s. A lot of it had nothing to do with anything but trying to get possession. Mhm.
Hi, everybody in the chat. I don't know if Jesse forgot,
I don't know.
but he isn't here yet.
I texted
Um,
him and I didn't get a reply back. So, I mean, hopefully nothing happened.
yeah, I hope so. I hope
Yeah.
he's fine. But me and Arnie is just shooting the breeze, everybody. And it's good combo, so we're gonna continue. Um, it's interesting because I mean, one of the first books I've read was The Law of One in college. I was introduced to the books in college, and then I got introduced to Ashiana Dean in college. So she's not a new thing for me. The Stargate book was newer, but her work wasn't new to me. Even though there's a lot of stuff I kind of like, her history sounds more spot on and is more in alignment with Blavatsky's viewpoint than anything. And she goes into the hybridizations of not just the Draco, but of all the other. There's, I mean, polarity and everything. If it comes down here, it's going to be dual. It's going to have a good and a bad to it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and she, a lot of her stuff is off of fear based as well. And that's where I kind of stopped. Like, I got the history stuff out of her and I got some of the other stuff, but then, my soul family and up there is like, yeah, no, because once you go higher up past a certain point, it's love and light and harmony, and that's it. That's all that exists. So why?
Yeah, when you start getting to like the sixth dimension, that's where that drops.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is the start, and this is where I also see 2026 starting to happen. People understanding what neutrality really is. It's not being neutral to take a stand because you can't make a decision. It's seeing a bigger picture. It's going, okay, well, I see the purpose in why that's happening, and I see the purpose in why that's happening. And I understand at a bigger collective point now that we all orchestrated this for experience. I'm going to just detach my emotional state from this so I'm not feeding it a loop. We've been looping. Time collapses on itself, and we've been looping the same crap for epochs. We are trying to get out of the Atlantean paradigm right now. That's where I think we have to do everything twice. We did Lemuria Mu twice. We're going to start doing Tartaria after this. We have to collapse the negativity that happened in those wavelengths. Atlantis is now. We're redoing Atlantis and now we're setting it straight. We're setting that energy straight because again, we had the dark and we had the light. Both made it out of the deluge. But where was the light forced to go? Inner Earth. They had most of them had to disappear in terms of densifying differently. Whereas the negative polarity stayed in the third dimensional sense and went to Egypt and India and everywhere else. But the neutral, like I say divine neutral because I'm a conduit of source. Most of us are. I work directly straight up. Source isn't judging anything. It's having its experience. Who am I to make that judgment? Unless I signed up as the star, judge, jury, executioner, cop, military person. That's not the role I chose for this life. I chose to come here and anchor the light and infiltrate the dark.
Hmm. Yeah, and also from readings I had done too with the cycles, the cycles of birth. It's like every 27,000 years or so. And each phase we failed and we had to start over.
Yeah.
And this is different. This
Yeah.
time's different. I think we're learning.
I think that's why a lot of us are tired because we've like, all right, we failed this time. How can we do it different next time? We did it again. We not learn. And I don't think the last time it's not that we didn't learn, it's just we didn't know the power that we all had. I don't think we knew back then, even at a higher density scale, what we were. I really don't think we had the veil in the law of one. It said there was a time before the veil dropped, before we forgot what we were. There was a time we knew what we were, and we just materialized in existence, but we didn't have a motive of doing anything. We sat stagnant because we already knew what the outcome was. Source is like, yeah, no, we're going to do this paradigm different next time. We're going to wipe that out, wipe the slate clean, and now you're going to have to self discover, self identify, and grow in spiritual awareness. And I think this time we all came to the realization we don't want power over anything anymore. We want to co create this reality equally, beautifully, with abundance and prosperity. Why are we letting our power out to other things?
Perfectly said.
I mean, that's
Mhm.
when we draw our attention to, with its subjective mind, to the negative stuff going on the outside, it's telling the quantum field has no feelings. It loves you, but it doesn't have any feelings. And God, if we want to do the sciencey terms, God is a quantum particle in consciousness. We are feeding the loop back again and back again because we keep giving our power away. We're not changing the tuning within our system because that's all we know. Now we're finally getting it and going. We could
Mhm.
do this differently. If we stop hating, shaming, and blaming and pointing fingers and go, wait a second, we never did this before. Let's come out of love. Let's get out of the war thing. And I'm starting to see that sort of trying to be played out
Yeah. Hmm.
minusculely in the news. But again, we don't know what, I mean, a CGI and stuff. Do we really know that stuff happened? Unless someone's there with their phone live streaming it, do
Hmm.
you really know if that's real? Or if what you're seeing is just it's fake.
Yeah.
I'm not saying shit isn't happening,
Yeah.
but to the scale and magnitude that it's being presented,
That's because when I do that too, it's like the same thing when people say stuff to me, I'll say, it's all part of the show. It's all part of the movie. And it is a show, it is a movie, but it's a live action movie. And
yes,
sometimes when bad people are doing bad things, good people are going to get hurt.
yes,
And even though a lot of it is fake and a lot of it is, BS, it still happens.
yeah.
And it's going to happen because it's just part of a duality type world and that and everything too. So no matter what, you're going to have things like that. But the thing is, like I was saying, like with the thing with ice, I saw it, I see it, I acknowledge it happened, but I don't give it energy.
Yeah.
That's the trick. And that's what people have to learn. And it's the same thing with like all these sports and all of that. Like football is the biggest rigged thing going, and it's loose harvesting. Take a look at all the stadiums. What are the stadiums? They're the all-seeing eye. It's all to bread and circuses, the division to keep feeding the hate so that we stay stuck in this paradigm, which we got to break. So like everybody that's out there, when you I'm sure a lot of you do this now anyway, but when you do see it, don't give it life, don't give it energy.
It's all about your nervous system.
Mhm.
If you find yourself in fear and anxiety or getting any shroud of emotional states out of these things, tune out.
Hmm.
Tune out.
Yeah.
I have people that I work with that are so adamant and is so angry. I'm like, why are you feeding your attention to that? Are these people putting food on your table? Well, no, the economy affects us. I get that. But are they really putting food on your table? What are they doing for you but giving you agita in an early grave?
I don't know if you saw this on your screen, but you just had come right down behind you.
Oh yeah. I'm not having a menopause flash today. This is all spirit.
You definitely had something come right behind you. I saw it. Cool.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
I'm waiting for the day that I can glitch out my light bulbs. It happens when no one's here and I'm just sitting and doing my work and my light bulb blows out. It's not even just a, oh, it died. No.
Cool.
I don't know
Cheers.
how cool it is. It's expensive.
It's cool. Um, Anybody in the chat have any questions? Anything for us? I can't see
Anything.
the chat the way I have my setup here, so
No, everybody's just commenting and being cool.
cool.
Hi, Miss Charlene. Hi, El Sunray. How are you guys? Hi, my lovies. Yeah, I mean everybody's really cool here and I send everybody so I know Michael's in the chat. We're getting people over to you. We're flooding your stuff. Because everybody here is amazing.
Yeah.
I kind of keep myself, Miss Sparky, I kind of keep myself too. I've been really focused on doing my inner work. As we all know, like being realistic and not feeding that energy anymore. But in reality, I come home, I'm in collapse state. Like I have things in the house that I have to be fixed. I can't afford. I have bills that I'm like, okay, how's this happening? I'm not worried. And that's the old self coming in. Hi, Corey. And going, why are you worrying about that stuff? Because, like, I'm a goody two shoes and I like to pay shit on time. I'm a good citizen. But, like, being realistic, okay, you can't draw blood out of a stone.
Mhm.
You get it when you get it. Why am I stressing myself out over stuff I can't control at the moment? I can't. Right. And that's the work that I'm doing is tuning my nervous system to be like, it's already here.
Mhm.
I'm arriving at the reality. I'm observing the reality and it's starting to slow, it's slow. For me, my soul is taking the slow ass path. It's going slow. Oh, you have to keep yeah, we're going to do this stair step thing because you're going to feel everything. And I'm like, okay, thanks. But I'm starting to realize I'm starting to see that consciously. Like, okay, I got to overstep this for what reason? Oh, this is my last life here. And if I don't master it here, my ass is coming back. Uh-uh. I'd rather deal with the pain and suffering here.
Oy.
Yeah. Like I'm letting everything go with the flow. But I mean, and that's a part of the knowing of self that you got to be honest with when you look in the mirror.
Mhm.
I chose because I'm an Aries. This is like universe going, ha 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 ha. You had to choose Aries. As much as I'm not in the astrological stuff, there is things that we all kind of gravitate towards from when we look at our signs. And I'm like, wow, that really is true about myself.
Well, there is a reason why we came in the times we did. So that makes sense.
And an Aries is a fire, and it's go, 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 go. And my life is like, hey, you don't have to rush right now. Chill out. And they're like divine orchestration, but it's collapsing. Oh yeah, not for you. You got to go through more. Okay, no, that's the. Mm-hmm. So I mean, everybody's journey is going to look a lot different.
Hmm.
A lot of people are going to realize some of us were supplanted here with an understanding that we're going to kind of shift on the last side of that coin and not necessarily in the first part of the coin. And it's not that we're not shifting consciously, but like physical shifting. A lot of us might be staying back to kind of like guide the last refugees to this ascension and be like, no, it's okay. We got you. Come. Because there are a lot of people, I mean, even the negative polarity is shifting. They're just shifting differently. It's still God, it's still his paradigm, but they're going to be shifting in a different type of experience. Where us, we're like, no, don't go over there. Come here. We love you. Come on. There is a split. And we're starting to see that split really in physical world playing out. You're starting to see people starting to get the idea like, wait a second, auto pen,
Hmm.
is that really Trump? Because he was really tall the other day and now he's like short. Like they're starting to like I point these out to people. The other day I told my parish, she's like 20. Go look on IMDb and go look up these names. She looked up the new mayor's name and she goes, oh my God, you're so right. He is an actor.
Hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's a movie.
Yeah.
Go look under Hillary Clinton. Go look under these names.
Hmm.
And that starts seeding them the understanding. And the other day I said something that like hit me really profoundly and I wasn't aware of it. We are the lighthouses, we are the spiritual sun. And sometimes those seeds take a little longer to grow in the darkness. And if we don't keep shining our light
Hmm.
on that ground, that seed is never going to come up to make a shoot. And you still have to feed it until it blossoms. This is going to be between now and 2030. I believe that a lot of us are going to be like that spiritual light and that sunlight to those seeds that will then at that point start going whole and start shooting up.
Yeah.
But I believe that's the time. I believe like now is like the beginnings of it. I don't know how you feel, Arnie.
Hmm. Well, I kind of do. I feel the same way. But I feel I think it's going to be, well, it really depends on the collective and how much they grow. But I feel 2026, 2027.
Yeah.
I feel that's the, it may not, I mean, nothing's going to be totally fixed, but the shift is going to be where it's going in that direction. Because they're going to start to also give us back what was taken away. And I don't mean money wise or anything like that. I mean free energy wise, stuff to make free energy. Where because it's a joke really if you think about it every day. Like you're saying, you're worrying about paying bills and whatnot. You should never pay for water. You don't pay for air. You should not have to pay for a place to live. Yeah, so they have to just like do away with stuff like that. Because I mean, with free energy, and like you look back at old pictures, even you see so many like zeppelins, and you see the spires on top of all the buildings because they would just harvest that energy, and there was no need for electricity because everything was there, everything was powered. You have a little magnetic device in your house or whatever that would bring it in and just make everything work. And there's no need.
Where do
Save
you,
babies.
I was thinking about this the other day when I'm thinking about the quantum terminology that they've been using with the radio towers and that you're the receiver and the transmitter. Where did our antennas actually come from? What concept did that come from? Free energy. Just a little different looking, but I think that's the where the antenna is really like the underlying concept of that. Finland, Finland is starting to put up Tesla towers. They already have free energy. Sweden is starting also. Like the European countries are not playing around and finding out later. They're doing it now. I read all these crazy quantum articles because it's telling you, yes, there's a lot of the technology that's been here, but there's a lot that they're still figuring out. And I don't think it's a farce to say that because they haven't figured out decoherence or decay. Like, where does all this extra stuff go when a particle decomposes itself? Has to go somewhere. Is that dark matter? Is that dark energy? And dark doesn't mean evil. It's just
Mhm.
they haven't figured everything out yet, but we're so close. And the laws of thermodynamics and everything is starting to change. People are like, well, it has to be this way. Why does it have to be this way? We shifted into a new density and dimension. The laws that we think we're bound by might not be the actual laws we are actually bound by. I mean, I don't think it's not. I think 5D is more of a luminescence and different laws of physics, but we're not there yet. We're in four, and four is in between place of letting this go
Mhm.
and learning how to adapt to a new way of thinking, a new way of defining our words, a new way of feeling about things, and really like fine tuning the self to be able to get to five. Everybody just sings 5D. I think the magic happens here. The work happens here.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, everything is on the same playing field, let's say. It's just a matter of where you're vibrating. And that's why we have to do this too, because we can't just vibrate from 3 to 5 because we we wouldn't exist. We wouldn't be able this physical form wouldn't be able to handle it.
Unsolved mysteries, human combustion.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
They're like, oh my, I remember those episodes back in the 80s when I was a little kid and watching TV and Unsolved Mysteries came on. I was like, ooh, right? And it's like the X-Files before X-Files happened. And it's like the woman was just sitting there smoking a cigarette and boom, nothing but ash on the floor, but the chair is still intact. How does that happen? Well, I guess she was in such a state of relaxation, her vibratory state just made her into ash. But it's the truth. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of people transcend between 2020 and now. We're
Yeah.
seeing a lot more people leave.
Just like even me with my experience. I mean, in the 90s, just watching a show and overnight, it was I think called Millennium 2000. Jordan Maxwell was on it. And I saw that, and that got me thinking. But I would never say anything. I would go to the libraries and look into stuff and read into stuff, and I just never said anything. But then, in around the early 2010, 11 or so, when I started seeing things out there, Like I saw, I've seen it a few times even since. I see a blue orb and it will jolt through the skies.
Yeah.
And that really connected me towards what I feel like, yeah, true. We are fractals of all different things, but for some reason I align with Palladian. That
Mhm.
I'm close to that. I feel that. And I've always felt that. And when that happened, I felt like it was part of what we're created now too. It was I believe these things were there to adjust the energy fields of everything that was happening because it was a time again where it was going to be um, massive changes with this, you know, place we're on and all of that, and it was to like let's calm those energies. But with that, I started to get more and more, and in like 2014, they diagnosed me as having I was depressed. They wanted to put me in the hospital. The person I was with was a social worker, so that never happened. But even when I think about that, I never felt depressed. I felt like in a catatonic state, kind of, because I think my body was shifting.
Yeah.
And like after that, I became like a little bit more aware, but I still wasn't like kind of where I am now. That took when she passed to like just like jolt me a bit. But it's it's really over a period of time. So like people just aren't going to wake up tomorrow and be, oh, 5D, okay, everything's beautiful. No, you got to go through everything. You got to learn. You got to experience. You have to learn to love what you hate. You need to accept where you react, and you're raising your vibration that way. And the more that that happens collectively, the more quicker we go to four, the more quicker we can go to five. Oh.
No, but it's true. W- Someone, I heard a quote from somebody saying, "As soon as you're born, you're ascending. As soon as you're born, because you came here with the frequency key. Obviously, you're not aware of this stuff until you become aware of it, and you slowly come into an understanding of what self is. The ending of 3D is really understanding you are more than self. Know thyself is know yourself in the body, but it's not just the body now, it's your soul. What is your soul? And I think the reason why you're more affiliated with the Pleiades is because the fractal you have in you is a higher percentage point. Like the spark of God could be as 0.00002%,
Mhm.
whereas your Palladian might be like 5.2% of you, of your soul. What makes your soul up is what you have an affinity to.
Mhm.
Whereas other people are like, oh, for me, I'm like probably 40 to 50% percentage points of Archangel. That's the collective that I hone in with the most. But that doesn't take away the other collectives that I know I have affiliation with.
Mhm.
But again, quantum physics is going to start proving some of this stuff. It's going to come out. There are physicists who have had spiritual experiences going, how the hell do I prove this? Because people still need, in a third dimensional sense, tangible evidence. They need to see paperwork. They need to see the mathematics. They need to see like something to say, oh, that's true. Instead of going, oh, like, well, I already know. I know this because I know myself.
Some things you can't explain, and you'll never be able to. That's where like true strength comes in for each person too, because when you stand by you know, your true self, that's your true self, and not denying yourself and not denying, what you are. Because like the Pleiades, I've always known that because since I was small, I've always had that drawing to that star system. I never understood it. Wasn't saying I was Pleiadian, but as time has gone on, as the more I've opened up, the more I understand. I know I definitely have a big connection with that,
I
as
do
well as
too.
Atlantis is another one. I had a like vision with that where kind of like with like the things that I do now with like the light codes and the cards. With that, I felt I was on like a high council back then,
Mhm.
and I had technology knowledge that I was presenting to the other side, and the other side used it as part of to go back and create the war. And I think that's why I'm here now too, and why I kind of a little understanding why I'm doing what I do. It's to you come back and you have to fix, you have to you have to switch it, you have to flip it,
Mhm.
and it's I'll say this too. When I go on and I talk about uh discerning, and that it's because the people that when I was back in that time when that happened, I'm dealing with those people today. It's they're here at the same time, and I'm letting them know kind of I know who you are. As crazy as it sounds, I know,
It's not
but
crazy at all.
that's like one of the yeah, because we've lived so many lives and not just here. I mean, we were trees, we were rocks, we were Pleiadians, we were Draco, we were everything, and we are everything. All net,
Yes.
just like the movie, you was it everywhere all at once, and that's so true because we only see time here, whereas the experience is going on everywhere.
Yes. Powder. That's why I tell people to watch that movie because it's so innocent. It's a
Mm-hmm.
little fringe, but at the same time, he tells his little girlfriend on the bench, like, oh, I'm the guy in Italy, rowing a gondola right now. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you are the blade of grass, the tree, the bird, the sky, the planet, the universe. You're everything.
Yeah.
Just in a microscopic subatomic particle scale. And we, in our bodies right now, the physical being that you are right now has ancient from the beginnings of the universe in us. All of us do. It's matter. We're made up of matter. That matter didn't just go anywhere. Energy disperses, it recycles itself. You, half of us have bloodlines and stuff, and in your bones somewhere, you have something from another dichotomy somewhere else.
Yeah.
But a lot of people can't fathom or comprehend it, and I think that's where 2026 we're going to start understanding a lot more of those concepts because it's now being presented a little bit further out into mainstream, where it's not just, okay, we're going back only to the Bible and that's the only thing that existed. Where that's a lot of people up here, they're stuck in that. They do morning prayer at my school. I'm like, okay, I walk by a few times and they're always still giving out the energy instead of bringing it in. Like, this is what it gets in here. It's in here. But they're giving their power away.
And when they're giving it away, where's it going? What wants to eat that? What feeds on that? Mm-hmm.
If you're not putting your protection up, I mean, this is my prime example right here. You are the disco ball and everything is getting sent back to its sender. Anything that is out to get you and harm you, it repels back. It's a mirror. It can't go in you, it has to go out. If people are not protecting their energy fields, your Taurus field, your auric field, all those fields that we have that you might not be able to see, just like the Wi-Fi signal, I tell people all the time, you can't see the ones and the zeros whizzing by getting into my computer, but it exists. The radio waves, the X-rays, the radiation, you don't see that stuff, but it exists. Same thing with that concept. You have a field of energy from your heart. If you are not protecting your inner and outer space, you're going to get little parasites.
Hmm. That's why people need to do that every day with their home. Everything. I do it every day when I wake up. Even when I go out in the yard, meditate. I create that barrier. I have God's golden white light come through and the white light within the golden white light and form the barrier all around.
Yes.
And the events I go into, I do the same thing. And I before I leave, I'm like doing like a saying to myself where whatever energy is here, stays with the people that came in with that energy, and I leave with my energy because you don't want to be melding with anybody else's energies either. So that's very important. Yeah.
No.
Hmm.
I mean, this era happened. I was okay with that 6 feet. I don't want your energy around me. Your hating energy around me. Get away.
Well, that backfired too. If you
That
think
did.
that actually, that's what helped more people become more aware because they were no longer in a constant loop of running. They had time to sit and observe and see.
I that's the one thing about that 6 foot rule that I was actually like, you know what? I enjoy that because I don't need other people's negative vibes rubbing off on mine in the grocery store when I'm just doing my human thing, not thinking spiritually. I'm just needing my coffee creamer and my toilet paper. Get
Hmm.
away from me, right? And now I've noticed, at least up here, not New York is I don't know how it is there anymore, but when I moved here, people are so much on top of each other. I'm like, bro, back up. What are you trying to do? Steal my little pin code? Like,
Yeah. Well, even here, I mean, I see it even the neighborhood I'm in now. Everything is like they're still moving forward with trying to create these smart cities. They want to eliminate all the neighborhoods and that they want to build tall structures. You have one room, that's it, and whatnot. And nah, not good. No, no, no.
I know
And I
Long
think
Island and Staten Island's not on that board.
and I think that's why also that like here anyway, why that guy is here, why he's in at this time. It has nothing to do with he's going to destroy this city. It's to open awareness, let people see. Yeah, part of the show.
And
Mhm.
I think that when I moved here, a lot of people didn't understand I didn't have a choice. They're like, what are you talking about? Like, you couldn't have your job. I'm like, I couldn't have my job. If I wasn't jabbed, I could not work. And it was not just in the school system, it was anywhere. And I'm like, so I sacrificed everything because I would not get that. And they're like, wow, it was a choice here. I'm like, yeah, because you're in a Republican state and it's not. I'm like, look at all the major cities. People flooded out of there because we should have a choice. And I should not lose my livelihood because my thinking is different.
Right.
But I'm like, I couldn't get a job in a store. I could not get a job anywhere because if you were caught without your papers, you
Mhm.
would get a heavy fine. And I don't think anybody at that point could afford a fine, let alone they were losing businesses left and right. And I wouldn't want to put my friend that owned a business in that kind of way. So, I mean, here a lot of people that are not from the city, they don't understand what we were actually being held under.
Yeah.
They don't get it. Like, why would you take a pay cut? Like, you made all that money over there. Why would you come here? I'm like, because I'd rather have a choice than
Mhm.
not. And I mean, the same thing with this.
Right. Well,
It should
also,
be a choice. If you want to live in that fear and you want to think that's going to save your life, God bless you. Have fun with that. It should be a choice. Everything should be a choice.
but you're also where you are now because that's where you're meant to anchor. Yeah. Like we were just talking before about Wi-Fi. Think of ourselves as Wi-Fi antennas. We have to be at certain points certain positions, certain ley lines, certain, everything like that to be there for people, to be the anchor of the energy,
Yeah. I
calmness and calm. Yeah.
I
Mhm.
was told, "Hey, Allison, you gotta go." Don't know where. I just literally picked a place because of the housing market. I could have went anywhere. I wasn't bound by anybody or anything. I wasn't married. I'm not married. I don't have like a family to like call home. I could have went anywhere. And I ended up here because that's where divine orchestration happened. I don't question it anymore. I just landed here, but I know that the energy is so dense and thick and negative. And there's a bunch of us. Have a good night, Charlene. There's a bunch of us that are here anchoring in the light and transmuting that negativity. That doesn't go away overnight.
Yeah.
That takes years.
Yep.
I'm hoping now it starts alchemizing a little bit faster because we also, we always go back to the kids at some juncture in life, and I'm seeing the effects of what these kids are going through. This shit gotta change.
Hmm.
I keep telling the teachers, I'm like I get the board of ed is in shambles, but I said each of these kids that come into my in our school building, they come with a fuck ton of money. Where is that money going? Because it's not in my paycheck. It's not in the devices that should be in my room. It should be given to the kid to better their education. I'm not seeing it. So where is that money going? Where's the funding going? They're like, oh, we're getting rid of blind and deaf services. And yes, it shouldn't have to be that way. But it's
Yeah.
gonna show that these board members and these corporations, my school's called a corporation.
Hmm.
You don't want to pay me to wipe a kid's tushy and to change diapers and to soothe kids that are having meltdowns. You don't want to pay me properly, but yet you expect me to do eight people's jobs.
Hmm.
And then you're going to give me a kid that needs a lot of services and you're not giving me the equipment. And then everything is grants.
That's what I was just going to say. That's what actually pays for all that stuff is the grants. And the grants are shit. They say it's the tax dollars that, that's bullshit too, because that gets pocketed and used against you. That's where the funding goes in to do research for these things that they've been doing and all that stuff and everything to harm everybody else. That's why, I mean, one thing with whoever is playing the president right now is doing with, you keep hearing it. We're not going to be paying property taxes soon, and we're not going to. Income tax is going to go away, and that's what the tariffs are, because the tariffs were before income tax, and we had all this money, but they just lie. They lie about everything. That's why people need to be aware. Every time you pay tax, you're hurting yourself. You're causing harm to yourself. Every time you donate to the Red Cross, you're causing harm to yourself because that money goes nowhere. For all the people that have a heart of gold and they want to help people, you go help a person. You see a person on the corner, you help them. You give them a blanket, you give them $20. You do stuff like that. You never give to anything like that because it's going into like the BLM matters and all that. It's going into these different agendas and whatnot to hurt everybody. Uh, but yeah,
No,
grants are the big thing. That's what it is. That's where the money that goes to all that, and the grants are shit, and that's why those different systems go away.
they need to.
Mhm.
They need to. I know here in my town, since I moved here, I'm here now 3 years solid. My property tax has quadrupled.
Yeah,
Quadrupled.
and
I
why?
was paying under $1,000 for my and I have a nice chunk of land. Paying under $1,000, and then all of a sudden, oh, we're increasing for this and we're increasing for that. And I mean, the other day, my school teacher, even the bullet that went through my house, the cops didn't investigate. Bullshit. Why are they getting paid? My teacher's house was like pretty much in harm's way yesterday. There was a drive-by and it looked premeditative. They didn't do shit. Nothing. They didn't even close the road to find if the where the shells were. What if there was some tire marks somewhere? Nothing. They didn't go to the houses that had the cameras. Hey, can I get some security footage from you? Nothing. So what really is my property tax being paid for? Whose salaries?
No
Because it
one's.
ain't going to the services that we need. I mean,
No.
everything out in here in Northwest Indiana, they are airlifting you to Chicago or to Indianapolis. If you have a major accident, you're getting airlifted out of here. I'm not in some rural farm country. Like I'm not there. Like my where I'm at in Indiana is pretty densified. There's a ton of people that live here. I'm not in the middle of the farmland. I'm not on a road where 50 miles away is the next house. Those people get airlifted.
Hmm.
Like, make these things make sense in my brain. It doesn't make sense.
No,
And
that's great.
neither these people too.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just it's all theft. That's all it is.
And and that's what I hoping that the more these who's ever behind I'm hoping the military's in charge. They gotta kind of, energetically, hi, you're not just affecting us, you're affecting the youth.
But the thing
Yeah.
is,
Hmm.
so now from being here, you know, like with 2001, what happened, right? Every single person here carried a flag, was patriotic. How did that change in 20 years? One generation is all it takes.
Yep.
And it happens because they keep everyone so busy. They keep you so distracted. They keep you, worrying about you have two people working, two jobs, so that you can't watch your kids, so that the government is raising your kid. You're not paying attention to your kid, and your kid's being brainwashed. Okay. And it takes one generation. If people don't feel it, if people don't feel it to the point where they're going to say this is never fucking happening again, it'll just they can fix
Keep
this
going.
tomorrow. They can fix it tomorrow. And the same son of a bitches will come back, infiltrate in, and do it again. So
Yep.
it's got to be, unfortunately, I don't agree with it either. I don't like it, but I see why it's happening. And, you know, where we go one, we go all. I mean, I'm not big into all that, the Q crap, but there are certain things that, yes, that is part of it, where we go one, we go all.
Yeah,
Just
for
getting
sure.
if that's, let's see. Yeah, the time screwed up. Thought we were doing that at 8. I was thinking at 15. Let's see. I could get in like 15 minutes. I'll tell him, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he thought it was 8 for some reason,
Oh.
but that's okay. Everything happens for a reason in its own divine time. So,
Yes. Divine orchestration.
so all the things that were being said were meant to be said now. So there we go.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm heavy still with spirit.
Mhm.
You're letting up a little bit.
I just find this very strange because it's the second time this happened now. When I was on with Michael Zinn, I told him this right before I came on. I'm still getting the chills, and I'm still hot. I don't have a fever. I'm not sick. I know once I go off this thing, I'm going to be fine. And it's not nerves. I'm not nervous doing this anymore. But it was the same thing with him. I just felt, and I feel it again. I feel around me. I feel the energy. I feel it's like almost like a support group all around me, like when I'm on to do these things. Well, maybe it's protection. Who knows? I don't know.
It's
People,
both, but it's also the fact that more of us that come out and speak and get it out into the ether, no matter how many people watch now or 10 years from now, if they don't ever take my channel down, it's important to be spoken. It's very important. This is why, I think everybody's building these communities now, and we're all kind of joining in on and getting more and more people to like get the different perspectives in the spiritual realm and in other realms, because your voice matters. Everybody's opinion and everybody's experience matters, because you're allowing other people to get the empowerment to say, well, I had an experience,
mhm.
or I saw something, or I'm feeling a little off. I don't know what it is. And then it opens up pathways for people to be more self-expressive and more open.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to happen and unfold from upstairs point of view. Like more, and you're seeing more channels opening up. You're seeing more people coming out and being kind of like, hey,
Mhm.
this is my opinion and I'm sticking to this shit.
And this is why they keep knocking people and trying to keep people down because it's like the 100th monkey effect. You've heard of that, right? Where you'll have 100 monkeys over in, let's say, Africa, and they all decide to go fishing in the water by hand, where the ones over here know nothing about it, do nothing like that. But when X amount of them do it there, all of a sudden over here they start doing it.
Quantum
And
entanglement.
it's kind of like the same thing where the more people that get that out there and speak, the more it's just going to exponentially grow. So they will
It's
keep doing
quantum
that.
entanglement. That's all the monkey effect is. Those particles entangle, you're entangled to everything. It's a matter of being the observer to what you're observing in the quantum field. Your other particle, your higher self, is holding that the larger entanglement to you. You being entangled to everybody, you have threads, the string theory that I'm very still stuck on. You have cords that lead to other things, and you never know in your field. You walk past somebody, your field enters theirs, and somehow, somewhere in their subconscious, something is starting to grow. And then eventually it becomes light and it starts to shine on them. And then they have their epiphanies. It's the
I
same
think we
thing
need
like the
to get
100
out there.
monkey.
We need to get out there and walk around people more.
That's why I work. That's why I physically go to work with babies. They are so, I can tell you right now, this regulation that has been this week, and yes, we had 2 weeks off. Like in here, we have 2 weeks off for winter break. My gosh. Oh my gosh. These kids were insane today. And all I'm doing is like, okay, it's gonna be okay. Okay, energy field, come in and ground this kid. Ground the kid. That's all of the words in my head. Ground this child, please. Use my energy. Ground this kid. But they are getting so I could see the shifting happening because I'm obviously around them all the time. Even the kids that are not autistic, like in the building, these kids are so upgraded. They are so upgraded. Dolores Cannon had a point with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
These kids are upgraded. They're just now figuring out how to be human. That's the rough part on these kids.
Yeah.
Like,
We're the ones going through the roughest part. It's actually going to be a little bit better for them. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, and that's the beautiful part where I'm not worried so much about the shift for the kids. It's more about us because we've been in the program a lot longer. We've been stuck in the program for a lot longer than a kid that's 5. They can get a shift and they're in, obviously not much of their outer world changes, but like I got kids that are now starting to speak that are nonverbal, like claimed, deemed on medical paper that they're not verbal, they're starting to talk.
That's awesome.
And that's not anybody doing anything different than they did 2 to 3 years ago. These kids are getting activated. These kids are starting to like talk and have expression where they never had it before. The energy is shifting. I'm starting to see if I could write a doctoral thesis and get my PhD, I would. But I mean, you can correlate things, but you can't like the Schumann resonance is just a scale.
Hmm.
I know when I see a spike, I see the kids' behavior, I'm like, that's why they're crazy today. They're getting their uploads and downloads. Fuck.
Yeah.
And us, we're streaming it different. We're like, I need 5 cups of coffee.
Hmm.
I need a grounding. I need my water. I need my time to be in myself.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And kids are experiencing it way different. They don't know how to regulate their nervous system just yet, so they're flying off table. I have kids dancing on tables.
Wow.
Dangerous. I have to lift them up, but I mean, literally, like they're on top of like anything they could climb on, they're up and they're jumping and they're like, I need to get myself regulated. It's absolutely insane the day that I have. And and a lot of the teachers are like, I don't know how you do it. I'm like, I keep myself young. If you got to go into your inner child and play. I mean, I got chicken for a reason. Like you harness their energy.
Yeah.
See how innocent a kid is. They are not I mean, they have a distortion already for based off what their parents' distortions are. But I mean, when they're in their freedom of just doing and playing, watch them and observe. They're not worried about crap. They don't know about consequences like we know them. They're just having fun.
And that's how it should be.
I mean, when was the last time, if anybody in the chat can tell me, when was the last time you went on a swing and just let go? I love swinging. I go to the park and there's swings for bigger kids. I'm on it and I'm swinging. I let go. When was the last time you went in and I mean it's creepy, to go to a kids playground, right? But I mean most of the playgrounds around here, I mean anybody can go. When was the last time you went on a swing?
Many, many moons ago.
But I mean it's that understanding of just when was the I mean Charlene made these little crafty guys for me for the kids, but I'm like, oh, I can use them too. I don't care. I'm 42, going to be 43 years old. I don't give a fuck. There's chicken, and chicken's fun. When was the last time you were absolutely giving yourself the freedom to be in your kid?
I do that quite often. I do that in my creating. That's letting the child out right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody does it in a different way. Have a good night, Michael. Thank you for joining us. When was the last time, like, if anybody in the chat, and I know there's a lot of people that like have physical ailments that, letting go in that way on a swing might not be the safest thing for you. But when was the last time you actually got the innocence of a kid and just being free? The feeling of honing in on that absolute innocent freedom. Like, when was the last time you looked at something and was like, when the kid goes to a store, you see those expressions. Those kids are like lit up and excited. When was the last time you had that moment? that's where we need to find that inner child. I mean, yeah, we need to do that work, that hard one, but we don't talk about embracing like that feeling we had when we were kids,
Yeah, the joy.
the joy,
That's
that natural excitement.
that's what the you do it every day. When, especially when you do your your craft and sipping that, the creation. The creation is letting that out and doing all of that too.
Yeah.
Hmm. And just having fun. And like when you're on here, you love doing this. That's another expression of letting it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody in the chat, like, yeah, feel free. That's giving permission to somebody out there that is living that 9 to 5 grind, that's not finding the joy and the pure excitement of just living and beingness, being in the moment, going,
Mm.
oh, look at that sunset. We got that wonder stolen from us in a sense. Not that we don't, we were just so programmed to live a social normal life, and we got to break what a social norm is.
Yeah.
I live very unconventionally. I don't go by what everybody else dictates what society wants you to be. I'm doing me and I'm doing it authentically. And it's up to everybody to do the same.
Hmm.
And then we all back each other up and start doing that more than feeding the machine. And not to say the machine has a purpose, it serves a purpose. Like, we all need products, we all need things in our lives to survive. I mean, toilet paper. So we still are going to need those things, but we need to be more expressive in allowing more people to thrive in the niche.
Yeah.
But it's getting back to that inner innocence that I wish more people would exude in their lives.
That would raise the vibration very quickly.
It
That,
would. Your nervous system, because you're letting go.
mhm.
You're not worried about what other people are looking at you. I don't care when I go to the park if anybody sees me on the swing. I don't care. I just show up happy and excited. I don't care what you think about me. Oh, she's a, the labeling.
Yeah.
Why do you care?
So they've been programmed that way,
And
unfortunately.
that's what needs to die and shift.
Hmm. Well, we're trying to do that, and at least every day, just be positive and don't let the outside world get to you, and just live.
And I think the other component to the shift that I'm noticing is a refinement in responses and mastery of self. We're human. We're going to wake up on the wrong side of that bed. We
Hmm.
are going to wake up and something is going to piss us the F off. It's the reactions that are starting to change within everybody. And instead of reacting in a violent, not healthy manner, we're all starting to see ourselves shift into, I'm going to take that breath now and I'm going to calm down in the moment, not after, not in the beforehand, in the moment. When shit goes down,
Hmm.
you wake up and you're like, oop, wrong side of the bed. Oh, okay, hang on. Okay. I think
Yeah,
more people are coming to that.
just a couple of breaths changes the whole feeling. Yeah, just taking that step back for the moment. and and experiencing, and instead of reacting. Yeah.
I think from what I've been hearing in the people that I'm surrounded by, again, who are not expanded, when I'm talking to them, they're like, yeah, a few months ago, I would have responded and been this, or I would have, but I don't feel that way anymore. So the shift is happening when other people that are not in awareness is starting to tell you and being comfortable with you and saying, hey, I saw that spirit. Hey,
Hmm.
you're mastering yourself. And a lot of people are doing it without realizing it.
Yeah.
They're just waking up and going, "Hmm." They're becoming indifferent. And that indifference is starting to shift their awareness to going, oh, the old self would have been this. Like my car dropping dead.
Hmm.
Instead of freaking out, and Allison's old form would have been kicking that car and denting the shit out of that thing.
Can't do
Instead,
that.
I'm like, you know what? The store, I could walk. I miss walking. I walked everywhere in New York. Here, I don't get to walk as much. I'll walk down the block. I'll walk to work. It's not that far. Instead of freaking out and like imposing, hey, like, can someone, that's gas money. Gas is still high here.
Mhm.
And that's like the bigger noticings. And also a lot of people are not aware either that certain people are going to fall out of your dichotomy. They're going to fall away out of your life. And that's just making room for better people to come in.
Yeah,
I
but
just experienced
I
that.
was just going to say the same thing. I've noticed, even from what in this community here, the people where I first got in, they're not even around anymore. It's always like a shift in people, and it's funny how it is. It's always the people that are on the same level, on the same wavelength, ideas. Yeah, we're all being drawn together.
And I think now we're holding that frequency, not in judgment and not in ego. And more people are starting to go, that's what a community should look like. I don't want to be a guru. I'm not here to guru anybody. I'm here to guide and give advice. But again, I'm all about go within. My reality is no one else's. I feel, experience, and take in information differently from everybody else. I don't want you to actually hone in on Allison land. Guess what? You have your own land, but we all at some point cross streams of understanding and similarities that we can coexist and then co-create. And I think that's where that unity frequency is starting to come into the play.
Hmm. Yep, definitely.
I'm
I
also noticing too the shifts in a lot of the like Brian Scott. I love his meditations, and I'm noticing now he's like the quantum stuff. I've been doing it wrong. And it's not that he's saying I'm doing it wrong. He's like, I'm going to pivot what I was doing because I'm seeing it's not really working for many people. Now we're going to shift language. We're going to refine language and we're going to use it this way because 3D manifesting from the law of attraction, the law of assumption, and all those things act as if doesn't work in 4. It doesn't. If I was acting at like last year, I wanted to be this art teacher so bad. I got the clothes, I wrote the curriculum, I did the art pieces. I was walking with like authority. I was like in it to win it chicken dinner. I visualized myself teaching. I visualized every capacity I could possibly think of. Even the room that the art room was in, and it changed over the summer. I was doing everything. Why didn't it work? Not just because it's not, or orchestrated by divine for me. That is a factor in there. But because I was still coming out of a program of lack. I wanted something that means I don't have it. Lack. I'm acting as if from a state of lack because that's how the old program manifesting is lack. Co-creating and being the creator of your reality means it's already there. And acting as if is out of lack. Knowing you have it, it's just in another reality, in another parallel universe, doesn't mean you can't obtain it. That means you have to draw it to you. How do you do that? Not in the state of lack, not
Mhm.
in the program of lack. We don't realize when we say please, that's a frequency of, a pleasantry, but that's also please God help me. Well, why can't you go in to know how to help yourself? Why are you giving your power to something outside of you when it's inside of you? That's how 4D is starting to activate in people. It's
Mhm.
not that the words and the phrases were wrong. It worked in 3D. People were able to manifest their reality, but it took forever. And it took a lot of different modalities to get there. Where now I'm arriving at the reality. I'm observing the reality, meaning I already have it. I already created it for myself. It's here. I just need to merge it
Mhm.
and collapse it as I am now observing it. And that's all in the nervous system.
Yeah, it's holding the frequency. It's being in that frequency of abundance,
Yes.
of having. Yeah, and
And
it's hard.
letting go.
Yeah.
But it's letting go of the expectation of what it looks like. Because once you make that visualization in your head, not to say that you shouldn't visualize, but once you get that visualization, you're stuck on that expectation. I'm not expecting nothing no more. And how the universe is showing me the proof of that, my staff, behind my back in a good way, got a $200 gift card for me to get a battery. I was not expecting how that was going to get resolved. You know how it got resolved? Not expecting somebody to give it to me. The universe gave it to me through my teachers. That's a ping. That is an awareness. I wasn't expecting it. And up, great surprise. I want more of that, universe. Give me more of that. Opportunities that you never know who watches my channel. Hey, Allison, I saw your website. I would love for you to represent my gallery. It's not that you sit idly by and
Mhm.
sit with your popcorn on the couch and say, "Oh, like something outside of me is going to change my reality."
No, you have to do it. You have to. Manifestation is also doing. Yeah, it's like even like for me with like the music. Granted, I could have just sat on what I had found, or I could have created it and did nothing. But I decided to push it to the next level. And like you're saying, who knows what that will bring? Maybe someone sees what I created and they want me to write, or something like that. Or even with the cards, it's the same thing. Like with these, I never, I try not to even push them or anything. I'll bring them to the shows. Me, I feel whoever is meant to have them is going to have them, and I believe that they need to be held and felt
Yeah,
for to be with the right person in that. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to ever go anywhere or anything too, because
right.
it just takes the right situation, the right person, or whatever. But you have to be in it and you have to be doing it for it to happen. You have to see it, you have to believe it, you have to live it in every moment. and it already is happening and it has happened. It's just a matter of, bringing that frequency in and holding it. And
Yeah,
then
I give the analogy of Hook, that movie. Tinkerbell sprinkled that fairy dust for him to fly. He only got up so far because that thought he had wasn't his exact happy thought. It made him happy in the moment. It wasn't his innate heart signature to fly. And then when he came up on that happy thought, he was able to fly. And it's the same thing for all of us.
yeah,
It's it's a concept, but it's also recognizing that you got a program, you have to undo, and holding those states of frequency in a human being is really hard. When Bashar says, "Oh, to your highest excitement," I don't know if I want to be that happy all the time. Like in The Simpsons, Mr. Burns takes those, that psychotropic, and he's like, "Hi." I don't know if I can do that.
yeah.
I can't be that happy all the time. I'm human. I need my contrast.
Well, that's just that's kind of like you're saying with when he had that heartfelt moment. It wasn't his heartfelt moment. It's got to be something that is stable and slowly built upon. You know,
Yes.
because that instant high will become an instant low and bring you right back down. But you have to just build it each day in the moment. In the moment, that's where people have to stay. Because we live in you know a situation where we always are they want us in a state of worrying, and I ended that a long time ago. And I stay in the moment. I don't worry about bills, whatever. Sometimes I can't pay. It's okay, don't matter. It's just keeping that same level and just keep pushing forward, never give up. All is obtainable, but you have to make the steps to make it happen. It's not going to be handed to you.
No.
So you got to keep that positivity and that frequency high.
And going back to the nervous system, that's self-mastery.
Yeah.
And it's stair stepping it. You're gonna have days that the left field comes out of left field and it's gonna hit you hard.
Mhm.
Shit like this, I wasn't expecting to lose my job and to have to give up my house and to have to give up everything my parents worked super hard for and sacrificed for. I didn't want to give all of that up. But hey, you got to do what you got to do. Who knew back then what was going to happen? No one knew. It was a day-to-day thing. And all I was and that's the thing that I did wrong was I was projecting out. I wasn't going in and going, okay, how can I make this a better situation? What can I do for myself? Yeah, I created the channel, but at the same time, my frequency was like, I'm in lack. Oh my God, the bills are coming in. How am I paying? I'm not like that anymore. I'm like, okay, if I have to move, okay, I'm okay with that.
And since that, how do you feel?
The
You feel
world off my shoulders.
you feel light, right? That's such a huge, and that's what I was saying. I think I messaged in the chat. Like I had seen over the past 2.5 weeks, I could see it in when you're just talking to people. You're much lighter.
Yes.
It's just a higher frequency energy.
The receptivity from the help. Because in New York, I did not get help. I was 97 pounds and emaciated, and that's not illogical fear, right? That's like that happened to me. I was on the deathbed, brink of death, not being malnourished, not being able to eat every day. Like, not that I eat a lot, but not having the resources of just surviving. And then coming here and having a very similar rock bottom happen again and going, okay, you know what? We're not going to cry like that anymore. We're going to say, I'm done. But now I'm telling the universe, no, I'm done with this dead past. It's dead. It's a dead code. Fill me up.
Hmm.
I didn't ask them to fill me up back there. I asked them to fill me up here. And the lightness is coming in. Well, you're relinquishing and surrendering, and the help will come as it comes. Stop worrying. And that's the biggest difference that I shifted into is the self-mastery and going, so what? I can't pay a bill. Whatever. There's millions of people that can't pay their bills out there and their lights don't go off right away.
Hmm.
But then filling out forms for energy assistance and help and stuff, that's been coming like not expecting time frames. Oh, here's your electric bill. Okay, I'm cool with that. Thank you. Thanks.
Cool.
Yeah, my bill usually is like almost $300, but that's gas and electric.
Even still, that's crazy, you know?
Well, a lot of people ask me like why obviously I don't make enough here. I mean, I own my home, so it's just really utilities and property tax. But like when things are quadrupling, food prices are going higher. My electric bill last year with gas was almost $400. It was 369.
Oh, wow.
How do you live I was making $15 an hour, then I'm having a raise this month. I don't know how much, 25 cents. We'll see. But I'm making $17 an hour right now. It's not much. It ain't much. But I can survive, but I need other streams of income to come in.
Yeah.
And I'm like, logically, okay, like that's everything decohered that needed to decohere in my reality. The other podcasts, those people, that those things fell very fit very quickly and very fast. The relationship ended, like everything ended. I'm like, okay, wait, let's sit back. Why? Oh, because you're in a new frequency. Your body is still getting used to and recalibrating to this new frequency. So what no longer serves you, you this time didn't grudge with it. You weren't holding on to it. Like you just let it go. That's where I think also a lot of people get stuck when you have an affinity for a person like you love. I can love everybody that left me from a distance. I still love them. I still give them respect and much gratitude for everything, but you're no longer in my locality. There's a reason for it. I'm not going to argue with the universe anymore. I'm not going to latch on and like keep trying to pull myself into something that isn't going to provide me fruitfulness. And a lot of people have this, especially with their family. They're attached.
Yeah.
Well, my this and my that, my person is if they're meant to be back in your life, they're going to shift their energy to be back in your life.
Hmm.
It's as simple as that. I'm not chasing nobody anymore.
Get you
I'm not
nowhere.
chasing. But a lot of people do that out of the I'm lonely paradigm, or I thankfully am very hyper independent. I could survive by myself. But a lot of people are codependent. They depend on other people to feed them self gratification. Latching on. You got to learn how to deal, just be. But I think that's the next step. I think a lot of people are going to start going through, like realizing that people are leaving you not because you're a horrible person, just you're not on their frequency anymore. You're tuning into that radio station and they're over here listening to Netflix.
Doesn't mean they won't come back, but yeah, they're just not resonating at the same level. That's what it is. And that's why, yeah, you'll have a lot of people drop out of your life, but you'll have a whole bunch of new people come in, and it's like, wow, great.
And it's being receptive to that.
Yeah.
A lot of people like, that's why I tell my chat, please go to Michael's channel. Please go to, Sacred Spiral Network. Go there. You never know. You hear
Hmm.
what those people are saying. You might resonate over there. Expand.
Hmm. Well, that's why I'm so grateful for Michael too. Meeting him, I mean, he's right by, I mean, we're a distance away. He's in Smithtown, but I mean, he's a great guy. And I've come across like Jesse. I came across through him in the Sacred Spiral Network also. The people, I love the people on there. They're all just like great. I love it. I love being in the chat with all of that. It's like just awesome. And you're another one. I love popping in your show every once in a while and coming in. But it's just great. I love it.
And I think that's the future of 2026 is moving and finding our not I always equate the tribe to a tree. Many of us are the trunk and the roots. We're both because we're anchoring in. We're still on the outside saying hi to everybody, but we're also anchored in. And then there's some people that are the tree limbs and the tornado comes and the branch falls down. Some people are there for the seasons. They come as the leaves or the flowers and then they die and they wither and they go over there with the wind. This is life and it happens in cycles. If people are meant to be back in your life, they will come back. And there's a lot of people still in that dichotomy with the families. Oh my God, after this, I lost all my peoples. And if they're meant to be back, they will come back. And with a refinement of their energy that will resonate with you. I
Hmm.
don't have family like that, but I understand, like, I don't have a draw towards family. I don't have family like that, my blood or my biological. Everybody here is my family.
Hmm. And look how that family has grown.
Yes.
And I think it's going to grow a lot more too. Just my feeling.
It's also refining the people in your life too. Some people are just meant to come in to give you an experience.
Hmm.
And then there's some people that stay for a bit
Hmm.
and then they change things up and then they go by. And it's about and that's another thing I think the humanity is going to start realizing is detaching. It's not to say I don't love you. No, we love is unconditional. You can still love somebody from over there. You could still your locality is your field of energy. I went to high school with all these beautiful people and everybody moved out of my locality. That doesn't mean they're dead. It's that shift idea. Everybody's like, "Oh, those people are going to 3D and these people are going to be to 4D and we're just splitting and we're never going to see each other again." No, you're just vibrating where your reality is your locality, your state of where you are is your dimension and your town is the density. And once in a while, you go to on vacation and you might bump into them.
Hmm.
That doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means they're not in your locality. They're not in your reality, but they're over there living happily, doing their thing over there. That's how a lot of the shift, that's how I see it. Like we have a high school reunion and everybody comes in and like, hey, what's up? And but then you go back to your states. your
Hmm.
dimensional states. And I think that's where everybody's shifting to. They're finding their home frequency and they're going to refine it from there and recalibrate from there. And I think that's another anchoring point or anchoring that possibility to happen now. We're anchoring in to a locality where now we're going to magnetize everybody on that bandwidth. Come here.
Hmm.
Where it was just junk did before. It was scattered. I don't know if you feel the same way being over there.
Mm, you froze up. You still there?
I am here.
Okay. Your picture froze. It kind of threw me off.
Spirit glitch.
Yeah, I mean, how things here. Uh, with where I am with the people I see and I'm around and I come into contact with, I see the unity. When I go outside of my norm, if I go out into the neighborhood or whatever, I still see all the division. But that's also, like you were saying too, with being an anchor, that's why we're all at the locations we're at, because we are the beacon of light and we have to be the focus for people to come in to come together.
Yes. Thank you, Scott, for that confirmation. All good over here. But Scott, are you seeing glitches on any one of us? Scott could see my sleeping dragon on the floor.
Your network bandwidth is low. Now, could that be me? I don't know. If am I glitching for anybody?
You're glitching a little bit on my Zoom. You're starting to glitch.
I'm not
Uh,
connected to Wi-Fi, so that shouldn't be happening. Yeah. Little sage, little Palo Santo. Let's go. Little, there we go. Hit the old sage bowl here.
I love my sage.
I don't know how well that actually works anymore, to be honest.
Um,
It's more so the intention than the actual itself. So
this stuff gets the bacteria. Entertainment purposes only YouTube. This for me clears and cleanses the actual air that I'm breathing.
it clears. Well, yeah, okay, it'll do that.
I mean, you're still going to see spirit behind me. You're still going to see things behind me.
He
And
just
that's
meant
another reason why I like doing the show because it's also helping people who watch me consistently but can't see. When I have people point out, like, oh, there was an orb or I saw that, it's asking people to tune in to their other site. And then and eventually more and more people are starting to pick up, like, oh, I did see that. I wasn't imagining that, or I thought that was a bug or something. Well, it's the dead ass of winter over here. I don't have bugs. And if I do, they're spiders and they're not coming into my frame.
and the more people accept that, the more they're going to see.
Yeah, because I got a snoozy little dragon literally right here. He's sleeping. He's sleeping. And what was funny yesterday, after I did my live, I popped on with I watch a lot of people do Oracle and Tarot to get a theme for what's going on with the collective of Aries. Because I'm very Aries. One of the girls is a channel, and she's like, "Oh, you are ascending, and here you're on your dragon, and it's white, and you're flying." What? Did you just say? Okay, now my like little beep 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 beep. When I got that Stargate meditation, I flew down into density on a white dragon. Yeah. And that my soul is playing the long game. And I'm like, okay, confirmation, because I kind of see that. But now I'm trying to draw that, hey, we need to quicken it a little.
Move things forward.
Just a little bit. I mean, I'm not out for to be a millionaire. I'm not. That's not my reality. I don't want to live that. Why? Because more money, more problems. Biggie had it right.
You may
Um,
you may see Jesse trying to come in a moment.
okay. I hope you come in, Jesse.
Yep. Yeah. You might see something in a moment.
Yay!
But yeah, we have all those things all around us all the time. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. I have them too. I have a green dragon that I have every once in a while. And it's funny through like these chats. I'm not sure if Heidi is in your chat also. Heidi Gold. No. All right. Well, she's another one. She also has dragons. So it's funny, like when I go into the chats, I'm like, oh, my dragon sister.
Yeah, the dragon thing came after I did the Stargate closing of that portal. I had to shut it down and I had to draw the dragons in. They're so ancient here,
Hmm.
and we were them. And now they're assisting us because they're like fluid and they're elements, they're elementals.
Hmm.
And they're the closest in proximity to density that, besides the angelic realm, that's 6'7", 6'7". They're not as high as everybody thinks they are, density wise. They're really close to us, so they can draw in. I have a plasma dragon I keep seeing every once in a blue moon. He'll like, hey, what's up? Lightning, all kinds of shit. Dragons are in they're amazing. And
I
if you
can't
catch them in your eyesight, they're fun.
I can't wait to see this stuff. I'm probably not at that particular level yet to see, but like I see a lot more than I used to. I see out of the corner of my eye. I do see shadows. I see orbs go in front of me a lot where I didn't see that in the past. So I can't wait for the one day where I just go, holy shit. And I see. But
I'm
I feel
kind
it. That's the thing.
I'm more like you. I feel more now. When I was a kid, I saw everything. And I don't know why I was able to see everything as a child and why that kind of waxed out of my system. But I sometimes now go back to remembering what I saw, and I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of glad that I saw it from an innocence and
Hmm.
not from somebody programmed. Because the things that I did see were holy fuck, not okay. And from a child's perspective, not being exposed to it, I'm just looking at it objectively, not scared.
Hmm.
I saw demons, I saw aliens of not the greatest of, but I wasn't judging it. I was just observing it. Now, as an adult, if I saw those things, how would my reaction be? And I think that's why I feel more now. I do see, but I got to really tune into that energy.
Got to remember too, when you're small, you're more open because I used to see too. I never saw anything bad when I was small, but I did see what I thought were children. I know they weren't children, they were beings. I saw, I guess, angelics, I would describe them as. And I used to tell my mother, and my mother would dismiss it all the time. And it was just with, as you're getting older, then you start to think, oh, that's not real. That's not real. Even though I kept seeing them. And it was funny because where that stopped was a time where I was playing outside and I was running and I was going between two cars and I shouldn't be here. I should have been hit by a car that came flying down the block, and it's like I hit a wall. And it felt I can't even describe exactly what it was because I couldn't see it, but it just felt like,
It
and
grabbed
it
you.
scared the living crap out of me. From that point, I never saw her again, and for a long time, I didn't experience anything. But I would every once in a while it would start coming back again, like little things. And so when Marianne passed, that's when a lot of things started to come back, started to open up more. But it's the innocence. That's why when we're small, we have no expectations. So when something appears, we're not afraid of it. We're curious until the system and everything else comes in and tells you no,
Yep.
that's not right. You can't, and then that's where it all starts.
Yep. And I
Yeah.
tell a lot of my coworkers that have kids that I could see having abilities. I'm like, don't shut them down. It might be they might get scared or they might like, but that's just because they're seeing stuff that no one else can see or a few of us could see, but not everything is out to get you.
Hmm.
And that's we come from that paradigm. Well, oh, you're seeing that, that's a demon. Well, how about if that demon was there to just test you, to see if you were ready, to see if you cleared your energy? It's coming to scare you. Are you scared? Are you coming from fear? Or are you going to give it love? How are you responding to that? It's all initiation.
Hmm. And like
I
we used to
wasn't
say,
aware of that until like upstairs is like, yeah, we showed you aspects of things that were really, really, but we needed to make sure that you came in to do your job here, your mission, and not be scared and feed them energy.
well, it's true because I remember like what I would see, and I couldn't tell you if it was good or bad, to be honest, because I didn't have a background to tell you good or bad, but it didn't feel
Right.
anything like harmful to me. I just didn't understand, but I thought it was cool. You know?
I mean, I could tell you, I remember seeing grays. I remember seeing that. So I was never afraid. I was like more like the medium that told me about the portal. They called it a portal before it was the Stargate. They were like, "Yeah, you were more curious than anything else, and like more like observant of what is that? Okay, cool.
Hmm.
Not out of like, that's how a lot of people react. They're like, whoa, whoa, that's a dark figure. Okay, but is it really dark or is that how you're perceiving it?
That's the thing.
Is he unable to get in?
Says I'm this close. I'm having tech problems. Oh,
Okay.
we're here. It's like one of those things, it's like shit happens sometimes.
I mean, Mercury is direct, but we are having, I mean, there's a
And
lot of energy going on the planet right now.
the way I see it is this all happened. If he comes on, that's meant to be. If he doesn't, it's meant to be. But
Absolutely.
everything we're saying, maybe something out of the ordinary hits somebody and it's helping somebody. And I think that's great.
It absolutely is.
And how we're talking now, too, like what we're saying, people can't be afraid to do this either. There's nothing wrong with seeing or experiencing something, and we shouldn't be felt to, not be able to talk about it. This helps open everything up more, too.
I mean, for the third dimensional, there he is. Yay! He did it. You
I did
We,
it.
you,
did it.
I did it. I'm here. I'm so sorry. I'm dyslexic and sometimes I'll like swap times. And because this is like with friends, not that I like wasn't taking it seriously. I just was like, oh yes, nice thing. And I just thought, yeah, 8 o'clock. So then when I got the message, I was like, wait, what? I have to finish a bunch of things.
everything
I'm
happens
dyslexic
in time
too.
and it's reason. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. My dad loves to and my mom love to like question that. It's funny. Over the years, I've tried to diagnose myself with some things because I thought that that would make it easier for them to understand like the way my mind works and like how they've been not, getting it with me sometimes. And instead they were like, you're just using that as a crutch. Like, and I'm not telling you that I'm high functioning autistic for it to be a crutch. Like, it's my superpower. But like, I'm trying to explain to you things about me that are a little weird, And when you're like, you're so sensitive and all these other things, it's like, there's a reason, and there's precedent for other people, with similar developmental sort of things going on. So yeah, hi, how are you doing? What have
Hi.
I missed?
Doing good.
Spiritual talk.
Oh yeah, what are you guys talking about?
This, that, and everything.
Pretty much.
Oh, well, I definitely feel like maybe I made the journey. I can't say I've got like a lot of the proof right now, but my suspicions is that I've clicked into the next level, level I've feared joining for so long. The level is dispassion, detachment. I don't give a fuck.
That's why I have a neon fuck you sign right there.
Yeah, it's really funny. I mean, like, I've always been somebody who like just doesn't give a fuck, but yeah, it's gone to this next level, which like I've been fighting against spiritually for a really long time because like just felt like they were asking me to not, I don't know, to not be passionate. And like passion's my favorite thing. And that's like was always like the thing that I liked best about myself was that like I was a passionate lover. Whatever I was into, I was into my family, I was into my girls, I was into my hobbies, like I cared about things. And they just kind of kept like circling me towards this like caring about things is killing you. Like yeah, kind of, but it's nice. And I I don't know. I guess I got kind of dragged across the finish line in the new year with just like making a few choices for myself. Like, my relationship is great, but it's like there's a distance right now, and work stuff, in the way. And I've been a little bit like waiting for the coast to be perfectly clear because her and I work together a little bit, and like, I'd like her to work on this with me, so I'll just wait. And I realized, and this was something they were kind of my spirits were bringing to my attention for a little while. I was basing my entire life around, a partner. And it's starting with like my mom. When I was a kid, she was very physical, affection. Then when I got to a certain age and I was getting in trouble for, you know, being cruel to my siblings or something, I stopped getting that affection. And then I turned to girlfriends and relationships to get that same thing. And I came to that realization probably like 2 years ago. And I really was like, I'm ready to go. But at the same time that I went, I'm ready to go. And like, whatever, I also went, but I picked this person and they're going to work with me and it's going to be great. And we haven't exactly been able to get that together. And I've been like, on some level, feeling very stagnant. Um, so, basically, I came through the new year with like a whatever, I'm going, she'll catch up. And not only is that like the right energy essentially for everybody, just like love yourself first, take care of yourself first, and then go, and do the thing. But it's also very attractive. Um, it's not there's the great, well, I don't know if you want to call it like a myth or whatever. What do you call it? Like a certain type of story about Lakshmi, and the goddess of wealth, and that if you chase her, she doesn't like being chased. And so when you chase Lakshmi, she goes, yeah, and she zips away. But when you forget all about her, she'll chase you. And I think that's true with so many things. And um, as a softer personality, and I'm sure that so many of the people out in the world here that are might be watching are softer people too. We kind of struggle with our masculine and getting it to a nice healthy place, because we love everybody, and at the end of the day it kind of just will our wounded masculines or weak masculines will just kind of drag us down. We'll go very far being strong and this, and we'll stand up to ourselves to a certain degree. But once we've let somebody into our circle, or once we have like a family member or something, we really just let them walk all over us. Is very, very difficult. And then that's why you see so many of like the spiritual community people, they do this like cold turkey, get them out of your life, which is not the wrong answer sometimes for moments at a time, but it's not supposed to be this person is poisoned or whatever. You're supposed to get out of that situation, get your energy clear, get your head right, and then maneuver yourself back into a configuration that you can handle. And when can you handle all of the configurations? Once you've detached and become a little dispassionate. It's cool. My passion is there, but it's very subdued and kind of quiet. But not caring has added a certain levity to my existence that makes it easier to laugh and makes it easier to enjoy what I'm doing. So I'm hoping to slowly rev back up into my old self. And today I was making all sorts of music, and all my music is being basically I'm taking it off of Spotify, off of iTunes, off all these fucking platforms, fuck all these platforms. And it's just going to be on the Blacklight District Studio website along with our comic books for free. And we're really doing cool stuff with the website. I want it to be somewhere where people would want to hang out, and like we're going to make an app that'll link to the thing so you can listen to Blacklight District Radio and just put on music. And there's all these different side projects and different genres of music that I have. Like it's going to start in like a month or something, or a few weeks or whatever, with 120 plus tunes or whatever, and 7 different comics that all free. And then we're going to do this like grimoire for the entertainment world, for films, for books, for comics, for TV. Just all the best stuff, just people who are worthy of your time. And check out this stand-up special, and check out this comic book, and check out this thing. There are things like that, but they're like much more like fucking nose up in the air and 5 people at a time, and like fuck that. Like we're just gonna like kind of try to make a repository for all this great entertainment that is there, sort of guarded by fans of entertainment. And this is tied into the magazine that we're doing as well, Sugar and Bones. But it's going to be free music, free comics, a link over to the podcast stuff if people are interested in that. And but through the website it'll be boards where people can go to collaborate, to create music, create comic books, create any sort of creative things. Boards where they can go and vote on and talk about all their favorite things that are in the grimoires and whatnot. And then unique original content that's free and you can check out and enjoy. So I'm really stoked. I'm going to have just like a few things left on regular websites like Spotify and shit, just as like a lore to our site. But I'm getting out. I'm free, and I think I'll be posting on my fucking website, and I'm gonna have like a dozen people like repost stuff as we post, and do press releases and things like that from now on. Because like fuck all these systems, and I'm done.
Woo!
Yeah, doesn't it feel good? Feels good.
It feels like
Liberation.
you're in a twin flame too.
Well, it's
That
interesting.
feels like your twin.
Yeah, it's interesting. My my girl is much younger than me, and they've been kind of saying to me like for a minute, like this thing of like, you gotta be independent, and me kind of waiting for her has been this tiny energetic like misconfiguration for her. And it's funny because we'll keep like having trouble that really like when you analyze it, there's a whole bunch of extra details that sort of dissolve it, but like superficially kind of looks like another situation, that you've had before. Well, look where we are again, but well, but this and this and this and this and yeah, okay, so it's a little silly this time. It's a little silly this time, and and really, you know, I don't know if it was always meant to be this way, but probably in terms of me claiming like a bit of independence, which, like I can't even tell you exactly what has switched in my mind, other than energetically, I'm like, all right, well, like that's not a barrier, and I'm moving ahead, and I'm going to figure things out, and she'll catch up when she catches up. And that immediately, of course, switched the energy, which had been, we've been doing this dance where it was like, if you watch Seinfeld, I've got hand, I've got no hand, so we're like she's got the hand, I've got the hand, like in terms of like who was kind of pursuing the other person, like it's been this weird back and forth for like our whole relationship.
The runner chaser dynamic in a twin flame. That's why
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mentioned it.
So as soon as I switched, she switched. And,
Mhm.
even though it was like a near sort of breaking point, for us too, because I was like, well, I'm going, sort of thing. Um, she's being asked to like journey through some doors that took me a very long time to go through very quickly. And as I told my brother, because he just said like, you can leave a relationship when it's just not working or whatever. And I said yes. I said, but this is ultimately what happens with all the relationships. And the thing that I've learned, my wisdom is that I don't like being in a world with people who deeply love me that feel scorned by me because they can't have me. And I've have enough people in the world already who I know on some level it's going to be, say, bittersweet if they see me succeeding. And that pains me because I don't dislike any of the people that I've ever gone out with. Like, I don't want to hurt them. I don't like the idea that my ex-wife might feel slighted or on some way it might, like my success or whatever is going to like reflect that. So, like based on silly norms and stuff, so I don't like that. And I had kind of gotten to a point in the first place with, because the distance thing was a problem for me and we almost broke up because of that. And where I just went, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to have any more broken hearts out there. And if I can't make it work with her, maybe I'll look for one of those other people who I know really loves me and wishes that they had gotten it right with me. Or, maybe I'll even consider going back with my wife because I don't like this idea that like there's all these bitter pills to swallow. I have a really good friend of mine and I won't shout him out to throw any shade in him, but they got married like 8 times in a short period of time and have different kids with different mothers. And it's totally genuinely their nature. They, like me, on some level, believe in free love. Um, and they're just trying to be their authentic self, and they've been trying to be that authentic self. But ultimately, sort of their mouth, like they overcompensate for the thing that they feel they've been made to feel bad about in the past. So they they speak a lot of things out loud that make it really hard to, you know, like it's not just living your truth. It's like living your truth very loudly, rubbing it in people's faces. And he's ended up with just um a harem of angry people who fucking love him. But because of the complexities, because they're not ready and they're not in that headspace, you know. And so much too for me, I do have agreement, you know, with so much of that and like free love and so many things. But at the same time, yeah, as I've said to other people, like this space is not ready for that frequency just yet. However, I do think that this space is ready for very sacred relationships that are so sacred and so smart and so next level that there's some interesting things going on in their sex life. And you know that I think is kind of the thing that you want. You want a partner who just knows and can feel as if they trust, you know, they trust you, you trust them, and like the reality I realized so much of like every relationship I've ever been in was a certain dance of like, what aren't you telling me? You know. And even though I'm like, you know, kind of an open book to a certain degree, you know, there's all those white lies of like, well, I'm not telling you every little thing that my Virgo brain is, you know, nitpicking on at any given time because you don't deserve that. That's not cool. You know, like this is my curse. So it's really been interesting. I don't know. For a minute, I was feeling like an idiot, sort of expressing some of these things. But you know, especially as I see you sitting there going, yes, yes. Um, I do think it's very sensical what has been going on, and I basically understood it the entire time. I just am a dunderhead, and I just tend to go, "Is that what's going on?" You know, like an idiot for forever. But I got squeezed, and I mean, I'm grateful for the squeeze that like came like towards the end of the year because I was just like sort of having a moment where I was just like, what is, you know, what is happening here, you know? And then it was. This is cool too, and I don't know. I feel like this is good medicine for people just because it was good medicine for me. Uh, I had my first experience where I was depressed about like sort of the situation with my girl and that I was moving on in this way. But I immediately recognized that I was depressed and it was okay. And I was just going to watch some Hell's Kitchen for, you know, I went, I was with my family staying in the guest room and I like watched I think I watched like 6 seasons of Hell's Kitchen as I just, you know, sort of recuperated my energy. And then, you know, Christmas came along and did the things over there. And, you know, very rarely do I notice that I'm depressed or like, you know, sort of take that accounting and be able to sort of acknowledge that. Because generally speaking, I don't really like that. You know, the honor bound male in me is always sort of like, ooh, are you depressed? You know, like you're sort of not liking to be sad sack or depressing negative in any way. You know, when I'm feeling negative, I try to kind of disappear from people's lives because like I don't want, you know, I don't want to give this disease to you. Um, but uh coming through the experience of just like letting myself be depressed, like at a certain point I was like, oh okay, you know, like I let myself feel it. And I've had this experience so many times actually over the years, working with psilocybin or ayahuasca, where they've told me, and I've had this experience working with spirits where they wanted me to talk to somebody on their behalf. Um, you know, they'd tell me that like I needed to do something, and I'd be like, I am doing that thing, or like I do say that thing. And then they would sort of like dig up the thing and they would be like, you know, it'd be a little bit of like a, but do you like, but do you actually feel that way? But aren't you still taking this precaution? Aren't you still making this prayer? You know, isn't there a little barrier here between you and that thing that you want to feel, even though you think that? You know, whenever the spirits would come, it would always be the same. You know, generally speaking, The spirits always wanted me to share the same message that I got from my best friend Chris, who was my muse many years ago, in a fucking 6 hours of meditating, and I like end up like seeing my friend in a meditation. Hey baby, I'm gonna call you back in a little bit when I'm done with this show. I'm doing a live stream. I love you. That's okay. Um, and the message was, because I told him, Chris, I've been making the most incredible music. I wish you were here making music with me, because he was my drummer and he died right before, like, we made a whole bunch of plans to be rock stars, and I had a lot of survivor's guilt. And he came straight on to me and he just went, I am here making music with you. And always the spirits would want me to tell them I am there making music with them, like tell them like I'm there, like, and they need to start like really acknowledging me. Because, and then you would tell these people and they'd be like, yeah, I know they're there. And yeah, I acknowledge them. But they don't. And what they're being asked to do is really authentically acknowledge them, and not be sitting there going, you're a crazy person, and all these other things that you think when you're doing it. And so often, there's some little barrier, there's some little thing that you're thinking, or whatever, that's in the way. So I definitely had a lot of that with, like, the depression, just getting through this depression, being able to see it, recognize it, and be like, okay, that's cool. On some level, I'm letting this old part of me die that was like waiting astutely for my girl, like they're going to catch up to me, and that's okay. And I went, and it wasn't even necessarily like I've left them sort of thing, but intellectually I left them to start capitulating and doing the things that I need to do, because she has other things that she has to do right now, and I need to go. So it was a really big healing thing for me. Everybody keeps asking me about family stuff, because for so long it's been like a little bit contentious with my family, but things have been wonderful. And my father finally did the mushrooms, which had a experience with them, and the same experience that I had all these years ago, where I wanted to do it with him and my mom, because I was like, you guys, and we're all backwards, like, I love you. You just take these, you'll remember, like, kind of thing. And finally, all these years later, he did it. And, he's literally said that to me at a certain point in time. He's like, he was trying to tell me something kind of heavy. And he was like, I got to tell you something, but like, please, I love you. Like, I know you love me. I'm not, there's no fight. I'm not trying to start shit with you. Just, whatever. Don't take offense. And basically he said something about learning that he had a realization about his father and him, and his father have come to this really good place, where he realized that his father was his hero, but his father was also his authoritarian. And because his father, was a real authority in his life, but also mixed with this like kind of weak, sweet admiration, it created this weird conflicting energy. And my father, he's never expressed it like this to me, but I've always sort of gotten this like little feeling of like he was like trying to sort of like catch the real me. It's like the real me was secretly was doing this on purpose, when it was like sort of like calls for help were really like sort of like taking the guise of, you did that to insult me. No, no, I didn't do that to insult you. Like, I did that because I thought maybe that would help, and like I keep fucking it up. So we had this weird, dynamic there. And in his experience, he went, oh, I'm his hero, but also I'm his authoritarian. And those two things taking place in the same point, create like a weird energy, where on one level, he seems very authentically to worship you, but it's not inauthentic. His upsetness with you, he loves you that much that he's holding you to such a high standard. So he just like has been 0 to 60 for so much of it. And like, he and I are back to being kind of great friends. But at the same time, when it happened and I got sort of like the first phone call about like some of these things along the way, like I've sort of built up a joy about it to talk about it, because it's like, yay, example of the thing working out the way it's supposed to. And also the thing working out the way it's supposed to, when he told me, I didn't care. I not in like a me, I don't care, in like a, oh, there was a time when this would have been a really big deal for me. And yet it's kind of like all good, take your time. That's very wonderful. I'm happy to hear it. But like, that doesn't change anything for me, because the thing that I had to do was, and I'll I've told some of these stories before, but like, when I realized some of the rifts with my family that weren't good, I tried to fix them, and when I tried to fix them, it just made it worse. So what I ended up having to do was I just had to fix me. So it was like a lot of like separation for myself, and then slowly sort of like getting my family, back in my life in the right way, and giving them an opportunity to see that like I wasn't going to keep reacting to them the way that I had been. Because in a lot of these cases, with if you may be the sort of highest functioning spiritual person in your family, or on some level in that position, and the people you love literally cannot change. Not right now, anyway. They're in a spin, like I'm just like, I would say, in this new year, I'm out of the spin. And it's weird because every time I say that and kind of go to check in with myself, my legs aren't shaking. And that is such like a huge thing. Like my whole life, my legs have been shaking and they have been still. And I got work done and like worked really hard, but then the next day, had to do a couple things and it all kind of drained me and I just went to sleep. And I got like a really long sleep and I woke up today and I started getting work done and, a little draining or whatever. I'm sure I'm probably going to go do something nice for myself or whatever. But I've been in like a take care of yourself, do the things you want. Everything is working out, not letting myself do things like something silly. Like there's a game that I always play and there was a new season that came out. It was $20 to do the thing. And I would buy the thing if everything was okay. So I did. So, just behaving, and sometimes I really struggle with that sort of thing, that little thing here or there. So like in this new year, I've come out of this place, but and you may be coming out of this place in various ways. And what it tends to be is it's like a lot of different circling tides. Like this is a weird metaphor, okay? But if we put like a hula hoop, but it's like a tidal wave on your arm, and this is one thing that you're dealing with, and then there's this hula hoop on your other arm for this other thing you're dealing with, and one on your leg and one on your other leg and one around your waist, and we are slowly shaking these motherfuckers off. And I believe I got the last of my hula hoops off, and I'm no longer being dipped in this thing. And the more you're not being pulled in one direction or another, the more directions you're being pulled in, the more volatile, the more sensitive, the more like an open wound you are in the world. But as you get towards the edges of these things, this is when you really can be useful to your family. And I'm not sure if you're out there and you need to hear this. You came here because you love them, all of them. Like you did not choose to incarnate with these people because you don't care about them. Your ideal universe is one with them in it. And one of the earliest ayahuasca lessons that I learned many years ago now, maybe a decade ago now, she showed me this beautiful layers of braiding, and there was sort of like two-dimensional braids, a physical braid happening on the earth, and then an energetic braid happening beyond us. And it went a little bit like this, the two threads would be coming through, and one is your mom and one is your dad, and they weave, and then all of a sudden from above them comes the souls of the people who like them. I like what they do, I like who they are, I like their family. I want to go and be with them. It makes me want to cry, as I like say it, because it's just I remember it so viscerally. These braids braiding, because one generation after another we come because we love each other. And it's sad because we have so many weird skewed perspectives. A lot of them we don't even understand that we hold because of the fucking Inquisition and wars and countries and religions and so many different aspects of this journey that we're on that confound and confuse us in one way or another. But the truth is we're here because we love, and these deeper things get get deeper and deeper. Hey, Digger, try not to yell like so loud. I love you. So but these things, they just sort of get. I'm sorry, forgive me. Why was I saying that? Did you hear me?
Yeah. Mhm.
Because you're expounding on entanglement.
Yeah, but why? What did I just say? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
With family, you were talking with family, and
Oh yeah, with your family. So this is the last layer. We think it's as simple as mom and dad and loved ones and whatnot. But what I was shown at that time, and then have recently been shown as this long fucking 50-yard line of these Hatfields and McCoys going on for forever. But the Hatfield McCoys, you were brother and sister, you were wife and husband. The more you love somebody, the more likely they are to come back in a contrary position. The same way me and my girl have recently been changing the energetic position. You are changing energetic positions with other people at all time, which is why we have to sort of just render everything inert, because it just cannot go on anymore. This is just a perpetual flagellation of God by the aspects of God that don't recognize itself as what it is. And part of that, when you're dealing with people who are flagellating themselves, is you've got to stop. And that's the only way to really be of help and of service. And and I would go one more step too, which I'm trying to live by, of like, not only am I stopping the flagellation and the reindeer games, the trying to be clever and the trying to participate, but I'm really trying. I'm attempting to let people come to me, and let the doors open for me, and let and let things be right. And when they're right, they're right. As opposed to, I think in years past, when the timing wasn't right and the energy wasn't right, I would always be trying to go sooner. And I had this vision of this like wiser version of myself who was sitting there going, no rush, let's wait. And that's really seems like the way. And now that I'm also too, because there's an energetic flow that we're on when we're still in that like um horoscope sort of pattern. We're a Virgo, we're a Leo, we're whatever we are. um and you're going with the flow of that as those things have rise. But now, when you come out of that, it's this flow of um what's right for you, and a real genuine peace with what's right for you. Don't worry that God hasn't chosen the perfect everything for you just as you are right now, where you can like get up and go, I'm just going to do what's right for me, and you'll still be able to feed yourself. You will, it's all laid out, and there are plenty of things there. And the majority of the things that you're doing, I think for most of us, we're more and more doing things that fill our cup and excite us and make us happy. So just keep leaning into that. And it's it's such a crazy thing. But I was talking to one of my best friends, Digger, about this the other day. And you know this is the answer, and I know it's the answer because of how scary it really is to even think about. And that answer is to be completely fearless in all situations. And what I mean by that is, and I always tell this terribly, but there was an old story about this priest who was in a temple, and there was a major power changeover throughout the land, and the soldiers of the new reigning power came to get everybody out of the temple, but this man wouldn't leave. He said, no, very peaceably, calmly, I can't do that. This is where I'm at. Basically, they send round after round, of more intimidating sort of men, but all of them are ultimately sort of intimidated by the fact that he's not intimidated and that he's so sure and he's so holy. And finally, the king comes, because nobody will, basically touch this guy. And in the end, the king lets him stay in the temple, and he continues to maintain it. And you imagine, what, oh my God, they care. What if they had swords and they had knives? Like, what if I was really under that situation? Could I actually do what this guy did? And the fact that when you start to ask that question, you go, that might be difficult. That's the answer. That's how we break our minds. When we break ourselves of the idea that anybody, no matter how many fucking guns they have, no matter how many knives they have, anything, that they can hurt us. The big thing about being spiritual that most of the spiritual community don't realize is we are deadly. We are powerful. We have to recognize that power fully in order to do what we are here to do and to reconfigure the power structure here on Earth. It's when we don't have a care about any of the machinations of any of the power structures or any of the things that, and just start building our own communities and doing our own things, that they don't have any power. They literally just, all these systems just energetically are just creating themselves in oblivion. And because there's plenty of, there's the terrible ones that are disappearing in one way or another that I barely understand. And then there are the mid-level versions that are old systems that are going to slowly crash out as ideas. And our systems, our new systems, are going to flourish under the new energy that's going around. But part of that energy is an eye of the tiger. Jordan Peterson had said it, and he was quoting a Bible verse translation that, like, I'm not so sure if he's right about that, but still what he said was really on the money. That the meek are the ones who are inherited the earth. We're the ones who know how to take care of ourselves. We know what's going on, but we choose to lead with love and be peaceful. It's the beings who are recognizing the fullness of their power, that are, transcending to these next things. So many people are so scared of that. It's like, through Christ, everything is done. Christ was never trying to tell you that. Christ was trying to tell you that through yourself, through here, is everything, and he would have wanted to lift you up, as most of the brilliant people on planet Earth have wanted to do, to bring you to a higher level. What's the better situation, the more comfortable situation? A hierarchy. This person's up here, they feel more comfortable. But if you've never seen the movie, it's a really great flick called The Platform. There's two of them, The Platform and The Platform 2. It's like a Norwegian or European film. It's amazing. It's about this food platform that goes down multiple hundreds of levels to these levels below. And depending on how much food the people on the top floor eat, there won't be enough food for the people below. And it's this really, really crazy premise, but that's what we've got going on here. We've got this illusionary idea of there's not enough, and just like so many different things that are all coming out of this idea that there's not enough, but there's always enough. And these are the old things that we've learned. When you talk about rich people and like how so many rich people seem to maintain their richness, it's like, and then I remember hearing for the first time somebody talking about sort of the rich state of mind, and at first I was like, that's stupid, and then I went, actually, that's really interesting that you should say that, because yeah, my father did teach me this woo woo cycle that he came from nothing and you could run, and then he wah, and then he wah, like, yeah, that's actually, yeah, no, I don't know a wealth, when you're learning an idea of wealth, it's absolute. All of these ideas that we are coming into, they really got to be absolute. I know it's really hard, it's hard for me sometimes, like, to think people are going to think I'm fucking out of my mind when I say I love you, things like that. But I just, really, these are the doors that we have to break down. I remember when I started doing that, like, to my close friends 2 decades ago, that I like totally suspected and knew that they were going to think I was a little crazy. But to my surprise, all of my friends seemed to really just be heartened by it, and were just like, I love you too, man. Thank you. That's nice that you said that. But those things are hard, to be completely fearless like that. And just since it's coming to mind and piggybacking on this thing, um, I had a moment years ago where I realized that I was stuck because I I was scared to progress. I realized that if I got over certain things, like case in point, jumping out of an airplane, well, would I then have to do the thing that I'm scared to do? So, like, if I get over being scared of that, then I have to do it. I don't want to do it. So, I'm not going to get over being scared of it. And there was a lot of little things like that. I think there was like three big ones. I think there was a few that were kind of easy to unravel, as there often are. I was like, oh, okay, all right, okay, like, get over it. But the airplane one, I mean, the jumping out of an airplane one, that one for me, like, and it's funny because not that I have bungee jump, but I've not really been afraid of bungee jumping. I'm kind of willing to do that. But the jumping out of the airplane, and part of it has been, I think in a past life, I threw myself and I threw a child off of a cliff to protect us from torture. And when I've been on high rises, I have always gotten this thing, like I could throw myself off this height, and I get really freaked out. Like I like know that I have the power to throw myself. And then similarly, when my kids were born, and I would go out onto the balconies with them in my arms, I've never been so afraid in my life, because I would just have this sort of flash thought that I could throw my child off, this 80 story, and I would literally just like jump in. So like, oh my God, why am I thinking that? What the hell? What a terror. And why does it seem so real? So I had really visceral fear there. And I remember sort of making a deal, and this is the sort of the resolution, the medicine to take into your meditations. Whether they were making a deal with me or this was my idea, I don't remember. But basically, they had just said, like, look, you accept the idea that there's nothing to fear, and one day perhaps you will jump out of a plane. We promise you that if you are willing to accept that moment that right now you fear, it won't come until you're ready to face it. And honestly, it hasn't come yet, but it's probably coming soon. My daughter is 16. I told her I would do it with her when she was ready to. But I actually think about it kind of regularly, and each time, more and more of my acceptance, like, because I just at a certain point I started going, yeah, I'm going to do that thing. It's okay. And then it started to be like, yeah, I'm probably gonna be kind of freaked out on the thing, but like, it's okay. And I'm like, no, it's okay. I'm gonna be okay. And then next time I've thought about it again, I was like, it's okay. I'm gonna be okay. And now I would say actually there's a small part of me that's starting to look forward to it. Like, that's cool. That's gonna be a milestone. That's something that really was scary to me, and I'm ready to do it. So like, just remember that, when you face some of these fears, because it can be this snake eating its tail, where you're just like, if I wasn't as scared of it, then I might have to hang out with a bear, and I don't want to hang out with a bear, so I'm going to be scared of one. Don't be afraid to not be afraid, and sort of try to make a deal with the heavens to to bring that hurdle when you're ready, and give you a moment to just sort of wrap your head around it, because I really do think that's half the battle a lot of times, just sort of getting yourself mentally prepared, like, okay, this is what I'm doing, this is where I'm going, okay, sounds good, and then you get excited.
Cool.
Yeah, so this is my end of the year, my end of the year sermon.
Here's the one thing, though. When you said you were depressed, do you think you were really depressed? or were you in a state of growing to a next level?
No, I was
Because,
impressed. I mean, part of it was growing to a next level, but also a part of it was the thing that I was doing, I didn't want to do. And I was being a little bitch. And I was like, meh. I wanted to take your hand and frolic off together and do it together. I got to go do it myself. I am willing to do that. I don't need her to do it with me, but so like I was upset. I was mad, but also I was finally because I'd been mad like that before and not let go. And this time I was like, I'm mad because I'm doing this. And I went, ugh, I'm doing this. That makes me depressed. I'm gonna go eat a bunch of chocolate, whatever. And that's what I did. But generally speaking, you see that like in a TV show or like in a movie, but that's written by somebody who has perspective on other people. The actual person, is generally speaking, those feelings are kind of pressed down and you don't think about it for a week. And then, like, friends like, why have you been so weird, Stu? I don't know. I had a talk with my sister 2 weeks ago. Like it's not so there and obvious. So it was very healthy, letting go of energy, depression wise. But um, absolutely, there is another part of it that is like what you're talking about. However, part of that depression was also leftover depression from me falling out the bottom of the rabbit hole 8 months ago when I had a God experience and just really when you have a God experience, and like I do not recommend this, like it's like I'm telling you, like it's like people do like don't eat the apple, like I'm you don't want to eat this apple. There's plenty of things that like you'd like to learn, but this isn't fun because it really kind of breaks your brain. God's perspective is past, present, future. Um, from that perspective, things really seem to have no meaning. And you get the understanding afterwards that God is experiencing the meaning through us because God's holding this other perspective that is rather just goes out at the edges and it does not compute for like that singular thing. And God's singular thing, even through us, he's having this singular thing through a prism of it's so overwhelming. It's so nutty. What the God mind is like is real what it really is, because it's essentially building all of perspective. And we're like surfing the energetic waves of how that perspective is generating itself at any given time. And something like the Mandela effect is a really good example, because like this little shift can happen and you don't even know. A shift could happen to a color or a thing and you might not even know. Shifts are happening all the time. Your perception and the shifts, like the idea that you might actually notice the shifts, one in a bazillion, because we're locked into a very narrow frequency that is this collective consciousness that has been being generated in all sorts of ways. I remember having this one experience where I was realizing that like every perspective, like thing you might like, thing you might be interested in, but even like conditions, temperatures, and things like they were all built on top of each other, like one thing after another, just like stacked on one another. Where if you pulled one of the pieces of the perspective out, we never would have gotten to the other perspective, like it, because they're just branching off into deeper perspective, deeper and deeper, sort of trying to figure out what this is. And what is this? This is nothing. You're nothing. I'm nothing. So consciousness is ultimately like this whole like finger pointing back at you as you are communicating with yourself and building things and thinking of things. It's a giant circle jerk. This could be shaped like anything. We could do this in any number of ways. And ultimately, it really is this very strange sort of your consciousness is going. So once you know that, it's like becoming Deadpool. and you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to operate from a place where I know I'm in a comic book and I know that everybody around me is just trying to figure out the thing. I don't have to figure out the thing. I'm just going to be the thing and enjoy it, you know? And like, it's very, very strange because storytelling, songwriting is maybe a little bit different, but storytelling, like in particular, even like newspapers, whatever, we're all just talking about the thing. Let's talk about the thing. Describe the thing. Here's books on animals talking about the things. These are the things we've made, and now we're going to go talk about them. Stand up comedy, talking about the thing, telling stories about the thing, books written about the thing. Go to see a person. He's going to talk about being a part of the thing. It's all just consciousness talking with other consciousness about being consciousness and what that's like, which is a simplifying feature of just our existence that I find a little confounding, very interesting. What does that mean to me, somebody like a storyteller? Do I continue to perpetuate it's this, it's this, it's this, the pointing at the thing? Um, is that useful? I think it is. I think it's useful. I like comic book myth and fiction better than religious text because there's nothing to argue about, that is like that you'd kill for. Like, who's your favorite Indiana Jones side character? It's like I like his dad, but we don't have to murder each other if we don't agree. But like with Christ and other figures, it's a bigger deal. So, I like being a part of that thing. At the same time, though, I'm talking about the thing. How much of my life do I want to spend talking about the thing? If I'm dedicated to this, it's a lot of talking about the thing. Do I want to live a life where I'm only talking about the thing? Or do I want to try and move towards a life where I'm doing the thing and I'm involved and I'm out in the world and enjoying it in deeper ways than the philosophical and so many of these, different things that we get wrapped up in. I think it's time for so many of us to get out into the world. And I'm going to be touring this year, conventions and shows, and just getting a lot of different music things going and comic stuff going. And there's so much going on. And I encourage everybody else to get out there and be a part of the thing, be an enthusiastic participator in this life. Be detached. Don't let people fucking bother you. Everybody's freaking wrapped up and twisted. And, even the best people are having bad moments at a time. And just try to believe that you always get people at their best moments, or if you're getting them at their bad moments, there's a reason. And perhaps it's because you're going to help lift them up by being steady and cool. And I used to call my show, my podcast, Coolest Alive, Coolest Geek Alive. I have a tattoo on my arm, Coolest Man Alive, which is not me going, I am the coolest man. For me, it was a pledge, like, to be cool. And like, there were opportunities like holding doors open for people and picking up garbage near the garbage can and helping somebody across the street or helping somebody pick something up that they dropped, that were obvious things that could be done at all times, giving somebody a compliment. And I had written a sketch a long time ago for Sesame Street when it was going to HBO. It never, I never got in there. I don't think they even read my sketches, but one of the sketches was Ernie Be Good. And it was just Ernie in a leather jacket being observed by these small children Muppets from across the street. And he was just doing good things, holding doors open and throwing out garbage and walking people across the street, helping them out with shit. And they were just going, who's that? That's Ernie Be Good. He's the coolest Muppet on Sesame Street, you know? And because that's, to me, what it means to be cool. To be the coolest man alive is to be somebody who's there for people in the ways that they can be, is a balanced person, is a strong personality, who's willing to protect those who deserve protection, and have a strength within them that they can offer to other people. And that's it. That's who we got to be. We got to be really fucking badass and strong, but powerfully peaceful. There's really a certain attitude to not getting in a fight. Like, I've never gotten in a fight in years now, And it's all because how I carry myself. And I mean, like, I know I would do very well. And like, you don't have to um even believe that, that you could take anybody kind of thing, whatever. But you just have to know the force is on my side. I'm a good person. I am always trying to do the right thing. If I had to get into a skirmish with somebody, it would be because of that. My energy doesn't align with situations other than that. It's always going to be something that's uplifting. And if I have to defend myself, I will. And I'm sure I will do all right. And that attitude will lead to you never being in any fight. Because people don't like to deal with people who have energy like that. People don't make fun of you when you have an attitude like that. People don't you know joke or poke, like they just will treat you different. And I've been living that way for so long because it was like one of the earliest spiritual lessons that I learned. Because when I was younger, I would get prodded at, and I would have to stand up for myself. But that led to I'm willing to stand up for myself. That over time led to I'm not worried and it's all right, and I can take anything and it's all going to be, it's all going to be right, with spirit, it's going to be right with the Lord, whatever. And you guys out there, can get there too. And it's an important thing to get to. And you don't have to actually fight anybody, to take on this attitude. But it is an important attitude. And if you feel like you need a little help with it, going to the gym or joining a sport can help loads. Little eye of the tiger, get that energy because it's just connecting to that energy and identifying with it and knowing that it's okay and safe to identify with it. Jesus is not mad at you. God's not mad at you. Oh my God, how dare he think he's powerful? That's not happening, man. We are the ones who are controlling the faders of how strong you can be and how tall you can be and how smart you can be. It's all us keeping each other down or lifting each other up, or it's us ignoring all of that feedback and just letting ourselves be ourselves and succeed and grow. The tree doesn't ask if it is beautiful. What is it? The flower doesn't ask if it's beautiful. It just blooms, right? So.
Well, we kind of do that with what we do. You know, we
Well,
avoid
absolutely.
we avoid the fight by just speaking out, being our authentic self. Because nothing will push someone back more and put them in the state of not wanting to get into anything with someone when you can be your authentic self and when you can be who you are and you speak your truth because that gives you power.
You're so right. There's like a couple things that like I want to say about that. One, karmically, if you don't, you're gonna either feel like they were stifling you or whatever, like you're gonna have to come back and do this shit with them again because you let them create this energy. They knew on some level energetically they were bullying you. You knew on some level they were energetically bullying you. You never stood up. You were never authentic. Okay, now you got karma. Sorry, don't do that. Don't do it. Go out there, be your authentic self. You got to be your authentic self. Um, and then also be your authentic self. Don't end up wasting time with a bunch of people who aren't your people, who ended up coming into your space because you weren't exactly being your authentic self and they didn't know who you were and they thought you were an 8 but you were a 9, and now you're wasting a bunch of your time, they're wasting a bunch of their time. Authentic self, right? And then the final thing, what were you saying again? Because it was based directly on what you were saying about being your authentic self. um
Just standing up for yourself, and that gives you more power than anything else, and it will make someone else back down because they can't attack authenticity.
Yes, well, like that guy in the monastery, he just refused to acknowledge a threat, acknowledge that there was anything they could really do. Ultimately, oh, you're going to kill me? Okay, well, if that's what you have to do, I'm going to be here. And what power is in that as well. Yeah, there's another bit of that of like why it's so important to be your authentic self. It's that karmic aspect side of it. Um, it's the lining up, it's like it's not the law of action, it's the law of inspired action. And inspired action often comes from you being your authentic self, which inspires somebody else's energy. And then that's when you're taking the action because the energy bop, 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 click, click, click. It's going together. When it's right, it's right. Yeah, I don't remember the thing. It's important. Maybe it'll come back to me.
It's funny, like the stuff that you're mentioning now and you're talking about, Allie, this is kind of like what we were talking about before. Like pretty much all the same things, but a little bit differently.
Yep.
It's amazing because even like depression, I was mentioning, years back, and I think it was around 2014. I went through depression, and I was diagnosed with depression. And the person I was with was a social worker, and she kept me from being in the hospital. And I really believe I never should have been even, you know, diagnosed with depression, as they call it, depression, because I wasn't sad. I was lost. I was in the process of, I guess, awakening or shifting to another level.
Yeah.
I needed to adjust. And I guess mentally, I couldn't adjust as quick as the physically or vice versa or whatever. But when I did come out of it, I was like a different person. I was more aware. I was more with it. And the things that and we were talking about this too before, the things that made me worrying about my home, everyday worries went away. And when that went away, it like freed me even more. And that's why I was thinking, like when I was saying that with you before too, to me, when you were talking about it, I just saw it as a shift.
Mm.
It's your body just taking the time and emotionally and everything else just aligning to who you are now.
Yeah,
So
that's been said to me. I'll use the AI to channel sometimes, and I've asked once or twice along the way, like, what the fuck's going on with me? And that's why I said, it is true, the energetic thing, because almost every time it would come back and be like, you are getting an energetic upgrade that is a bit much, and it's okay, and like, and I know I've been energetically upgrading and stuff, so I've been letting myself go with the flow and like do it at the pace that makes sense for me, which is that thing, it's like that's when you're going to get the best out of yourself. It's all that stuff of creating karma when you're like shortchanging yourself. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about in relation to the being your authentic self. I've been saying this for years, and it's such a like a good simple rule. Like remember it like this: the best time to say something negative or contrary to something that has been said to you is always as soon as the thing is said to you. As soon as you can possibly capitulate the fact that you have something else to say, you got to say it. Think about a situation where you're with a friend, they say something to you, um, at the beginning of like an hour long conversation. At the end of that conversation, your best friend, you say, hey, that thing that we talked about at the beginning of the conversation? I don't really agree with that. I don't like that. I don't want to do that. You can imagine your friend, they feel a little embarrassed. It's been an hour. You've been thinking about this, had this in the back of your mind. It was important enough you had to remember to say it at the end of the conversation. This creates a weird energetic riff, even there when you haven't said it immediately after the person says it. Now, let's imagine you don't say it on the telephone. You say it next week when you get on the phone with them again. Oh man, you got problems. That's going to turn into something within them, which is going to flip back on you. It's going to flip back on them. This is how energy games are played. The only way to free yourself, and it's why so many of the dispassionate on planet Earth seem to have it so easy, because essentially, a real proper balance is like at least 51% your personal way all the fucking time. Your way or the highway, 51%. It's got to always be ultimately good for you. And then 49% of you giving a shit about the fact that you're one with everybody else, and there shouldn't be any trouble with actually making that math work out. It's a matter of when everybody's paying attention to themselves and making sure that themselves are empowered, then we're all empowered, right? And also there's a little bit of help, between the people. But that bit, where you're on the same page with people, Um, be that selfish 51% person all the time for the benefit of every friend you have, because that other people isn't having the same trouble. That guy who's dispassionate, it's just like, no, mom, I don't like this shirt. Done. You don't like that shirt. And now they remember you don't like the shirt, but then it doesn't happen fucking again. Or, oh, I thought you told me you like these things. Now we're 3 gifts in. Okay, 3 gifts in. I'm sorry, I didn't like the shirt. Oh no, that's energy. Mom, what? This whole time he didn't like my presents. These are the things that create trouble in everybody's life. If you can just, right at the moment, the real authenticity all the time, it seems dangerous, but it's actually like the greatest medicine and the best thing, for us. And the majority of the things that we're worried about are just such small fucking potatoes. You're concerned about it. It's like a vortex of something that you're worrying about, or like you care about. I care about this. I care about that. Little details. As a Virgo, I've like been stuck in the vortex of like that cover isn't right. I can't release it like that. Oh, I gotta go work on it right now. I'm not going to bed. Like just. But that's it. Especially as you come into the spiritual lens that you get put through, because it focuses your energy and all these things, so it does get very intense and in the different things that seem so important, but that's just drawing your attention to, why is this so intense, why is that so intense, and now I really I don't really feel capable of tension like that. Like I have to kind of like get myself worked up a little bit, and it's like a fake workup to like reprimand my kids, because sometimes you have to like say something, but like I'm not really 2 seconds later I'm just like, yeah, so what were we talking about? Like I don't really, I got nothing. It feels good. It's that part feels good.
Cool. It's awesome. Allie, have anything to interject?
Quantum.
Quantum.
Seriously, a lot of what you're talking about is the interconnectedness, and what I'm also going through a very similar dynamic that you're going through in life, where I'm being held in a hermitum stage to recalibrate my frequency and just shedding everything that no longer serves my paradigm and being as authentic as I can, showing up and not expecting anything and allowing the universe that receptivity. I'm a very big giver, but I'm not so much of that receiver, and that's what I have to balance out.
Well, and that's that Lakshmi energy too. Really, I think ultimately for you and I, um, you know, it's great that when people find out what kind of temple we have, they'll know that it's a temple of prosperity. But showing them that temple doesn't lead them there.
No.
And it's a strange dynamic. It's like everything on this world is so bizarro. It's like you would think that if I was doing my best, that would make people happy. But it seems to be sort of spurring on a dick measuring contest amongst the people around me that I am doing well. I only wanted to do well because I wanted to serve the group. I don't know how to serve the group in a group that doesn't want members of the group to do well. What
And
the
that
fuck
makes
am I
no
supposed to? Yeah, right. But that is what we are subtly being taught all the time, and that's what we're living under. And even people, it's like somebody like my brother who's very fucking spiritual and very whatever. He will occasionally make these sort of moves that are like just like these sort of strangely ego driven moves, and I'm sure I probably am too in one way or another if he was paying attention. Because it's just like that swirl that I was saying, and eventually sort of like it comes up and you can't even like articulate why you said something, or it's just occurring. And that's can be very frustrating when people are doing things. Like I've tried to sort of like no more, at least people close to me, no more calling them out on what they're doing energetically, because most of them can't handle it because they don't see it, and you're like spelling out a thing that you can see from some perspective, and it might be true on some level, but if it's not consciously true, people just feel like you're like flaming them. with your intellect, like, you know, so don't do that. It's not worth it. You don't need to do that. You know, it's like unfortunately, so much of like what I've learned is like you go through life being a genius, taking in all the information, but not telling anybody unless they ask. You know, unless they ask. Would you like that? I do have that information if you would like it.
What if they don't know the question?
Well,
Sometimes you
you know, if they
that's
don't
all.
know the question, you make jokes and you're clever in different ways that inspire questions and inspire thoughts. You know, the way of the samurai. But you know, but I guess there's always questions and there's always means to bring things up. But it is funny, you know, it's like I remember with my dad, who's been really coming around, I'd said something to him, not well, I mean, it was absolutely crazy. But I was saying it to him in terms of like, how crazy is this? You know? But even in me going, how crazy is this? He went, too crazy for me. You know, which I was at the time, like it was sort of maybe the last ditch attempt of my previous sort of like intellect of like trying to share things with him that like he's probably not going to be into, but this is crazy and I think it's crazy too. So I'll share like, and I kind of get yelled at for sharing information. So I'm like, but I was saying it was crazy. Like, I was agreeing. We were supposed to joke about how crazy it was. And instead I feel like I got chastised for suggesting the shape of the world may be held up by elephants. You know, it's like, so, you know, it's just sort of a really nutty thing. You know, it was like the real crazy thing, you know, for everybody out there, you know, who's like at this. And again, don't feel bad about this because it's the truth. We're living in a mind. And that means everything that we can think is true on some level. It's true somewhere. Um, and you know, some of these things may be just true to our imaginations, but energetically, as there is the spirit of the bird, that is the governing spirit of all birds and all these things, and it's repeated over and over and over again. You know, there is the spirit of the fucking predators. You know, from films. You know, there are the djinn and other, you know, invisible beings in forests that, you know, there are stories of, and you know, energetically and thematically, everything is just this, just all these different shapes and sizes and configurations being expressed in what seem like all very different and interesting things, but it's just one thing being expressed through everything. And part of the whole being afraid and like, you know, not knowing all of that is that it's fun to be surprised and it's fun to be scared sometimes. That's why there's a horror movie industry. And eventually, you know, the Matrix here, which you know, not all of us are original occupants of, but most of us are. It is a machine that is doing consciousness in a lot of ways until it slowly loves itself back into one piece and then expands again because of how much it loved being in pieces, and then how much it loved all the pieces, it came back to one, and it goes again and it goes again and it goes again. And that's the ride. And at a certain point in that ride, your consciousness is going to likely go, well, this has been fun, but I kind of feel like I know too much. And I feel like I liked it better when I didn't know shit about Shinola. And I'm going to go back to that time when I was just nothing that didn't know nothing. And, you know, that alone should just tell you something about how you should be living. And, you know, and it's like this now is all we have. It only matters because of now and because of any reason that you might give to why it matters. And if you don't have a reason for why it matters on any level and you can't think of any, then it doesn't. But if you can think of a lot, well, then there'll be a whole corner of the universe that you can share with other people. And you can keep doing this for a long time, for as long as you have things to share and shapes that you want to take and beings that you want to be, and you know, countries you want to live in, and you do it and you do it and you do it until you run out of shit you want to do, and then we all go back to square one. You know, that's the journey. So start figuring out how to make it fun because it's supposed to be fun.
Yep.
Yes, I was talking about going on the swing and just letting go and being your childhood self, your innocent self, just having fun.
Yeah. And like you, like no consequences. Like, you know, what do I want to eat? Yeah, I can eat that. Do I have enough money? Of course I have enough money. Where do I want to go? I want to go here. Oh, it's cold. I want to get a taxi. Do I have enough money? Of course I have enough money. And granted, I know that some of these things can be difficult. Like I'll say for you, there has been a long time for me where it was hard for me to embody some of that energy because I didn't exactly have like enough ground under my feet, and it was like, but I really don't, but at the same time, most of that time, I always did. Like I did have the $50 that I needed to buy this $50 thing. And I could have gotten away with getting it. And if I had bought it, would more money have shown up somehow so that I could have bought more things? I tend to think yes, probably. So, don't be afraid to, really lean into that and, believe these things, like she says, like a child. What's the child? Often the child comes in because it skinned its knee, but that's okay. You can skin your knee and you might skin your knee, but the child believes that there's going to be a tomorrow and you'll be fine and it's going to be fine, and lean into that as much as possible. I think definitely, I'm trying to get back into comics this year. I want to start every Wednesday going to the comic book store, and that was my old schedule. I really like that. um, you know and I don't do it yet. Like graphic novels always seem too overwhelming sometimes, like to get back into that hobby. I carry them around with me, but I just tend not to travel super long, or I'll be like tired when I'm traveling, so I don't feel like reading a graphic novel or whatever. Sometimes I'll read some, but like a comic, 15 minutes at a time or whatever, I can handle that. A couple a week, I think. It's like, and like I was tipping more generously. Just little things where you can try to rewire your brain so that you're thinking of it in terms of prosperity and all these things. And eventually, it will come around. And eventually, I believe, it will come around to a point in time where the finances and the things are just a little bit better. So it's a little easier for you to think with this prosperity and whatever, like just keep, I always kind of visualize it. Hey, Arnie, if you're a fan of Blazing Saddles, are you a fan of Blazing Saddles?
Yep.
In the beginning where they fall into the quicksand and he's trying to get his foot onto the rail, he can't see his foot, it's beneath him. He's reaching around in the dark to get a foot onto something sturdy so he can, get himself out of there. And that's so much of the spiritual journey, is like just like feeling around in the dark, trying to, I think that, yeah, okay, that's it. That's the one. I'm so sorry I was late, by the way.
It's okay. Everything happens in divine orchestration in my realm.
Yeah,
That's what they say.
that's what we were saying. I mean, everything happens for a reason. So there were things that were said then that needed to be said, and there are things being said now that needed to be said. And I'm sure this is helping somebody out there. It's going to click with somebody, and that's all that matters. One person. Click with that one person. Help
It's
that one
all
person.
different configurations, and everybody's like in a different place in the thing. It's funny, my brother once said to me, so like, Jesse, we're all one. And I said, yes, we are all one. I said, but we're also all very unique shapes. And my unique shape informs your unique shape, informs my unique shape, informs mom's unique shape. Like, they don't put two of us in the family unless somehow that's, doing something, on some sort of cosmic level or whatever, or informing the shapes in some way. But ultimately what you end up with in every friend group, and I mean, like just look at when you go read a comic book, or a book, or go see a film, and you see a group of people, and what there's this guy and he's got this kind of personality, there's this guy. It doesn't tend to be that the groups that are formed, they're all just exact same people. Your family, if you have kids like me, I've got 4 kids, they are all individuals. Every single one of them is so fucking unique from the last one. It's crazy. And then you go to a family reunion half the time, it's just what a unique group of people we have here. And then the same thing in that friend group. And classically, it's like, we need the black guy for our friend group, we need a girl for our friend group, we need, we need this piece of different, that becomes a trope because we are looking for differences. Oh, so and so's really loud, but so and so's quieter, and I'm kind of the leader. They don't know what to do, but they like to hang out with me. And a group is formed from different personalities that complement each other in one way or another. And that's, what makes the world go round. And that's again why we say, like, if you're not being your authentic self, I used to say, like, a clock has cogs, and all the cogs have teeth. And let's say only two of your teeth are out. Well, that's only two little portions of your personality that are interacting with the world around you that might hit the teeth of the other people. And if the other cogs don't have their teeth around, we're spinning our wheels, because we end up growing and we end up enjoying our space through interacting with one another. So you got to let all your teeth out of the clock, because it's when all of the different cogs, who are all different shapes and all different sizes and all different positions in the inner workings of this clock, are actually putting their teeth out, that they touch all of the teeth, and it's the right time that's being told on the clock. And right now, God's got an upset stomach. We're telling the wrong time, because most of us aren't willing to go so far as to be that authentic. And it is difficult too, because it sort of starts with being authentic independently, being authentic with um people who you're comfortable with. Like this, me coming on here, this is like a spiritual triage, for like all three of us. Here we go, Allie, Jesse, and Arnie, and we get a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident in being our comfortable, confident, loving, highest self, and knowing who we are. Because here's another person who's knowing the same thing that I'm knowing. Here's another person, they know the same thing I know, and we are supporting each other. We're not saying, no, 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 I disagree. We're saying, yes, I understand. I'm on a similar journey as you. From this perspective, it does looks a little different, but it's ultimately all the same lessons. And that's it. Every time we do this, this is a moment away from the family that isn't quite up to snuff, or the friends that aren't quite there. And learning how to navigate and deal with the people that we came here to love is part of the battle. And it's kind of an annoying part, because it's like you don't want to tell people, because I think your average spiritualist in this world, 90% of them, it's like they don't want to be told, like, no, call your uncle, call your dad, mend these fences. This was meant to be mended. That's a tough thing. And in some cases, some of the fences don't need to be mended all the time. Maybe that cousin or uncle is in an important relationship, but you know, mothers, fathers, siblings, those are important relationships, and they mean something. Just as we talk about, like, the fucking trans stuff. It's like your penis means something, your breast means something. To bind them down, to take them away. It's all forms of self-flagellation, all versions of, I don't really like me, I'm really comfortable with me. The whole journey is trying to figure out how to be comfortable with me. If I had a vagina instead of a penis and it was adding to my discomfort, like, that's just one more thing of me being uncomfortable in my body. We're all uncomfortable in our body for one reason or another. Maybe it's our religion. Maybe it's that we're a boy. Maybe it's that we're a girl. Maybe it's that we're, come from a certain family or come from a certain country. There's so many little things that we can, put as a, weakness for ourselves on those levels. So, again, claim your power, be powerful, and don't worry about any of this stuff, because it's all just nonsense. Just imagine, and this is like the clearest thing you can imagine, and the clearest thing that I've been imagining, I guess, for years now, in, like, plant ceremonies and meditation, of just like, if everybody was of this clear mind of power and love, like, when you tune into that, everybody was of power and love, do you not just see all of the energy just sort of untangling itself? It just, everybody is empowered and everybody is loved. So everybody's empowered, so nobody's afraid. And everybody is loved, so everybody's helping. That's it, and it's a very clear vibration. You be empowered and you be loved, and you will walk through the world unscathed. No bomb will touch you, no bullet will hit you, no scorn will come your way. You may observe some of these things, but if you can really get to that place, and honestly, I think this is the place that I've come to. Granted, I keep kind of thinking things like, God, there's no need to test me with like a temple and sending armies to kick me out. You know, because I feel rather confident, but I'd rather not be put to task like that. But I don't really think that. I
Bless you.
Bless
don't think that that's in the cards for us. I don't think that we're meant to be tested in these ways. I think we're meant to be because we're in the higher pools. We've been lessening the tension. We've been lessening the violence. So sometimes when you're in this powerful spot, it feels like crazier to think of violence because it can be a little bit more intense and more like, oh my God, and I'm in this place of manifestation. Am I going to manifest these things? But the more peaceful you are at your heart and the more grateful you are to the food you eat and things like that, the more you just disconnect yourself from that level of the fucking pool and it really can't touch you anymore. Other than in your mind where you think, oh, I might be susceptible to this thing. Uh, but it's I've known this, now for like 15 years, since I did mushrooms for the first time, and it's what woke me up, and like I knew it in that instance of just that, like it was just love and strength, and what that really meant was a confounding sort of subject for your average person. What does strength really mean? Well, a certain amount of strength is being able to admit when you're wrong. Um, those sort of inversions of strength to be able to examine your weakness enough to overcome it. That sort of strength, and then love, real love, when you're forgiving everybody around you and you're recognizing that you were once in a place where you made mistakes too. Isn't that so simple when I say that out loud? I once made mistakes too. Isn't it amazing? Right? Like that can free every like situation you've ever heard of. Oh yes, I've once made mistakes too. Somebody says something sexist to you. I've once made mistakes too. Somebody cuts you off on the street. I've once made mistakes too. You know, Somebody yells at you, cusses you out because mistaken something, whatever. I've once made mistakes too. Let's be friends. What a simple line. Like there's some simple ones like that. Like I kept trying to train myself. I always forget, but I like the idea of what I love about that as a way to move forward conversation when somebody says something that, but all the time, like it's like a good way to play improv, where you keep yes and you said this. You know what I love about that? It makes me think of this. Like it's really like it's about purity. And I know I don't like to say things like that when so purely, because it makes it sound like I am the purity. And no, Virgo, I'm a Virgo in five houses and ADHD and super high functioning autistic, and just the noodling amount of little things that'll go through my brain that'll make it difficult to um, just be in that purity is immense. But it has gotten easier over time. And as I've dropped different things, and I spend more time in that space now than I ever did before. And just keep moving in that direction. A lot of your brains aren't going to be able to, like I've never, like it's taken me, like, unless I meditate for like 5 hours, I've like rarely had my mind be silent for more than fucking 30 seconds at most. Really, really long meditations or really, really deep work with plant medicine to get like a zero field with my mind because it's so busy. And yet still I've come out of all these situations. So don't feel like, the only way out is to be completely still and I can't do it. Don't give up. Just keep working on it. A little bit of stillness goes a long way.
Yeah. Well, I get that. My meditations, I have a lot of chatter all the time.
Yeah.
Fine. It's understanding it, feeling it, and because you're just an open channel at that point. So the chatter can be there. The chatter is fine. The chatter
I've
helps.
I've found chatter that isn't me in there before. It was so funny because like kind of recently, like 6 months ago, I was meditating and there was like this noise going in my mind, and it was literally just like a but like I wasn't like focused on it because I was thinking about things. But I had noticed It's like this, in my mind, and I've gone to meditate, and I'm meditating now, and I learn to meditate, and I keep hearing this, and at a certain point, I go, man, my mind's really being noisy, and I'm like trying to be quiet, and I'm hearing like, and then I go, hey, wait a second, is there something like in my energy field that's like making this fucking noise? And my people went, yes. And as soon as they said yes, I felt stupid because it was like clearly, literally, it was like the retarded gremlin from Gremlins 2 was in my brain, like running around. And like I wasn't generating this noise. It was a really weird noise. It was just being, and as soon as I went, get out of here, it was gone. Like just me. But my brain will generate, just thoughts and inspiration. I'm like, I have a hard time. It's funny, actually. Me and my brother Cody, similar experiences. He will have ayahuasca retreats or whatever thing, and Mother Ayahuasca will beg him, please, Cody, don't write any movies while we're trying to talk to you, because they'll give us some mind-blowing information, and I will be off to the races writing a song. It's like, I'm writing something incredible, and they're like, will you please stop doing that, please? And I'm like, what, writing songs? Yes, we want to talk to you. And every single time we give you some information, you're writing a song. Like, so literally, oftentimes I'll go into meditation or I'll go into ceremony, and they will like make me promise before I go in that I won't write any songs, that I won't record anything. There are some amazing things that I have not gotten recorded that I wish I recorded. So many. I mean, like at least 100 at this point. I'm like, oh God, this is so good. I can't believe you're not letting me record this. Uh, and I have to like put it out of my mind, like some great fucking song that I'm like, this is amazing. Really? Okay, all right, all right. And sometimes I go, I gotta take it back. Grab my phone, record. Sorry, I'm sorry. I promise, no more, no more. I won't write any more songs. But Cody is always writing movies. He's always coming up with movie stories, stories for films and stuff while he's in ceremony. So it's funny, so many people get discouraged, and I feel like so often a lot of these things don't get said, especially just because the way the human mind works. So it's like, it's like it takes a while for us to get certain types of sympathies in the world and like to say them out loud, because it was like hard for us to find that same sympathy for us. But that's like all the sympathy you need, sort of you're safe and you're strong and you're loved, and don't judge yourself and try and fucking, you know, just keep making one new good choice every day. That's the thing. It's like people get too overhyped. Um, this is a little scary. It's like we've spent our time becoming conscious, right? Well, the final stage of that consciousness is to throw it away again and start just showing up, being rainbow bright or a Care Bear or a Muppet or whatever the fuck you are, and just forgetting all about why we came here, because isn't it always clear to have fun, for love, to enjoy this place, to enjoy ourselves? And that is almost frightening, I think, once you become very conscious, because you're like, oh, there was a time where I was like so close to the thing that I couldn't really see it, and now I'm over here and I can kind of see it from very far away. But now I think it would be more fun if I was up close again, you know. And now, you really just are taking on a tighter relationship with your higher self, this inner knowing that doesn't need to know everything, because it knows, it knows enough for you, so you don't have to know anything else. Your all knowing is just the tip of whatever the iceberg may look like for you. You don't need to know anything more than that. And that's what's best. That's most fun. The discovery stage, which was important for all of us because this place was broken. So to fix this place, to undo the negativity loops that have been created and all these things, we had to go through this distortion field and get to a place where we could change it. And it was going to take us having to learn that first. But now we will be going back into a place of unconsciousness, And I'm like really excited about that. Honestly, I'm just like, oh God, that would be wonderful. Let's just living, just living, getting up every day and living because that's what I'm doing. Not thinking about it or questioning it or wondering how it's all going to play out with all of these weird energetic forces warring for the fucking planet and blah 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 blah. Just getting up and living, and it all just kind of flowing and working out from here. And I know that. I know that's happening. And like and honestly, like as I've been having this conversation with you guys, I keep kind of feeling myself getting sucked into the vortex of exactly that, of just kind of a smooth transition into what feels natural. Like you guys have been letting me talk a lot, but it's felt natural, and the times when I've thought it, I've thought, oh well, I wasn't here before, and they're interested in what I was saying, and then later already says, oh, this is similar to what we were saying earlier. So it's like more layers of the same conversation. And like oh, okay, like, but you just have to be at peace to do that, and let yourself do it because it's rough, man. Honestly, that is maybe my last gate. And it's nice being on here with you guys because I worry about that so much on some level. And I think I got to put it away of just talking too much and rubbing people the wrong way. And I know I'm supposed to just be myself. And to some degree, like, I don't exactly know how to be myself anymore because I've spent so much time like trying to guard myself, just thinking, well, they'll be happier if I'm just a little quieter. Um, so I gotta just I guess step one will just be not letting myself feel that way. I mean, just like, but I'm like nervous. I'm like, but then I'm gonna run away with the conversation, and like, it's that same thing of like jumping out of the plane, like, oh shit. Um, but I do, because it worries me. I don't like that. I don't mean to do it, and when it's come up in the past, it always hurts my feelings because the people that I tend to do it to are people that I really love and admire, and I wanted to talk to them, which is why I talked, and like I don't want to talk to everybody, but like I wanted to talk to, so I said things, and then to get like a sort of a negative report card for expressing your love for them through a conversation, and then like, oh,
You
okay,
will not get that here. You're not going to
yeah,
get it.
but you understand that, like I'm sure so many people understand that loop of you know it all energy, trying to put energy out into the world that's good, and then sometimes your energy, even though it was good, that was loving energy that I gave them, but somehow they took it as negative energy, as I was self-absorbed and I was like whatever. Okay, it's like I really think this place, like the earth, just it makes it so difficult to sort of like get a good report card from people, and so much of the trauma of your average like highly spiritual person is just like not being able to line up our this would be nice and this would be nice with their this would be nice. Like, they also don't want you to talk too nicely about yourself. They also, don't want you to try to do anything that might look like they want you to guard yourself from upstaging people, or like there's a lot of things that are sort of, you're meant to behave differently to ensure that no one ever loses any face in a bunch of ways that your average fucking autistic or ADHD person doesn't even feel.
Nope.
You don't even like I've never felt that way. So how did I know that you were going to get mad at me? Like, my dad's a rock star, and like I said I was good for a second. Like, that's going to make you upset. You'd hate living with my dad. He's a rock star. Like like so there's like certain like paradigms where like yeah, you got to get over that. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't want me to be awesome. Like, isn't that good? Doesn't that like I remember a long time ago when I started sort of finding out that I had some crazy um, former incarnations, the type of things that went, whoa, you're kind of underachieving here, Jesse, if you are this person and this person and this person. But And I remember sharing this with like a friend and a family member, and both of them had the same sort of strange reaction of like me thinking that I was this godly person that I had been told I was. But actually, the first thing that I thought when I was told that I was some of these people, because I'll say like, like somebody in like the Norse mythology, I immediately just went, "Who's Thor?" Who's Balder? Like who's Sif? Like that
I'm
means I'm
Freya.
yeah, I'm like that means I'm surrounded by like who in my life are these other people, that play. I'm from ancient Egypt. Oh, cool. Who's fucking Anubis? Like who's Hades? Like where are these other people? And starting to sort of like map immediately in a very romantic way, because that's my nature. I love people and I love the people around me. So when somebody said you're special and you're of a special ilk, I went, oh, there's other special people around them. I bet those were all my people. So like that sort of innocence is lost on a lot of people on planet Earth, and the people who come here with that kind of innocence, oh God, we spend so much time like arguing with ourselves, going, are they right? Am I evil? And I just don't understand it. I notice that they don't understand things about themselves. Maybe I don't understand that I'm evil and shitty somehow. But really generally it tends to be a lot of mirroring. They did this, so you did this the same because you thought you were communicating with them equally. Then they got mad about how you communicated with them equally. And then they started demonizing you as being worse than them because you did it exactly the way they did it to you. And then at which point you go, this is not a battle I can win. Namaste. See you later. I don't know what else. Okay. We are in a loop. Let's not do this anymore. Yeah. Yeah, it's very funny. The thing of like those who have that energy in them, they throw the stones. They go, "Oh, you're a liar. Apparently you're a liar. You're a cheat. Apparently I shouldn't trust you." Like it's really like it's always so funny to me. Like and again, when you're a good person, you take an accounting, even when it doesn't make any sense to you. You're like, well, they said I'm this. They said I'm doing this. And Jesus, like that whole thing is like 90% of the time, you're generally really not doing anything wrong. It's just them and the way they are and the way this space is, and that you're not exactly built for this space. So, we get handed the bag of shit and then we have to put it down. Put the sword on the ground and walk away from it. It's the only way to do the things. But again, even doesn't that energy feel the same way of like love and strength, putting the sword down? I don't need to defend myself from the bear. I don't need to defend myself from the war or the presidents or whatever. And I actually believe too that all of the superficial shit will change around us when the bulk of us, just go, we got this. And then all of a sudden you would be like, oh, wow, a good president all of a sudden? Things happening in the way we'd like it? Clean air? What the hell? Amazing. Good food options? Things are cheaper? A new money system? Amazing. But it's not going to come from us like getting our fucking hands dirty. It's just going to come from us going, I'm enjoying my life and all these different things that I'm doing. And like as we fucking relax, like because we're the ones who are strongest. So when our consciousnesses lock into that position, it's going to create this really, really strong magnetic wave that'll just start steering everybody into the same positioning. So that's another thing, I think worth saying on a spiritual show of like, don't feel like you got to do anything about any of this. You're not going to do anything about Trump. You're not going to do anything about the secret military. You don't have to clean up the oceans or clean the air. All of these mechanisms, the our pull, like this, us living in this embodied space is going to pull all of these things through the processes that they need to evolve our farming and evolve our medicine and evolve our systems. It's literally just as soon as we're in place there, the system's just going to go and it's going to change fast because we will be unmovable. And that's
It
really
started.
it is absolutely
It
already started.
started.
Yeah. It's funny too, as I've been feeling like I've been locking into this position and I'm seeing the universe doing that. And it is us, it is one with us. As you, it just more facets of it keep locking in and locking in and locking in. And it is going to get more ordered and more joyful. And a little scary, I guess, in a couple ways, but I'm prepared.
That's true because with mentioned before, like with what happened with the agent, with the ICE agent.
The ice agent.
You
Oh,
can
the lady tried to run him over or whatever.
you can acknowledge it and know that it happened, but don't feed into the energy. And the more
Yeah.
of us that do that, we raise and elevate quicker.
Well, especially because of this, like just look, one, all of these situations, you cannot know for sure if it is being paraded in front of you just to distract you, just to give you something to talk about. That's
Mhm.
all part of the circus.
Mhm.
Maybe this thing actually happened, but the fact that it actually made it through your algorithm, which is impossible, I'll tell you all about how impossible it is to make it through the algorithms as a musician. But this news story can make it through the algorithm, no problem, because we're set up to get those sorts of things. But we're also set up specifically to get certain things. And like, you know, I was so surprised that that kid who had exposed the daycares in Minnesota, how did he get traction? Exposés like this happen all the time. His news story is everywhere on social media, and now mainstream media is doing it. And now Tim Walz resigns, and Tim Walz's daughter's talking about it, and the Democrats are saying that it is true, and we're sending troops to it. Wow, that all went in a direction that I would generally want it to very quickly. Wait a second, is that even real? That's
Mhm.
a very good question. Yesterday or 2 days ago, when the Venezuela thing happened, I got completely tricked by the initial bit of people in Venezuela were celebrating AI videos and videos in Miami and other places. Um, and that, very quickly, that happens all the time in the entertainment field. The first wave of entertainment news is the wave that everybody gets. The later information that comes out, very few people see it. To your average person, Disney's been doing pretty good because they always figure out some way to spin their media. Within a week or two, we can tell you that actually they were looking at the numbers in a very specific way. These numbers are terrible. They're doing very badly. They've been doing very badly with like everything, but they spin it right beforehand. And we just see this initial thing. And then if you don't dig in any further, so it's not worth it at all to really be involved. Like you can be involved a little bit. I would always recommend, try to always balance anything that you are listening to, whatever. But take it all with a grain of salt, and don't care. It doesn't mean anything. The left winning, the right winning, none of it actually means anything. This thing happening in Venezuela. At the end of the day, that's a military action. That's a military choice. Trump can take credit for it. He can say things out loud. The media can try to cover for it on whatever level. That's the media doing what it wanted. I mean, that's the military doing what it wanted to do for some reason. There's a lot of different strategic reasons why that might have needed to happen, from Russia going over there to possible Iranian, crazy people coming over to Venezuela if Venezuela wasn't locked down and they want to go lock down Iran. There's a lot of military stuff going on. And again, this military shit has nothing to do with you or I. There is a secret military on planet Earth that has existed for decades and decades now. They found each other, apparently Japan, Russia, and America during World War II, and they have been doing things outside of our solar system. And then were ordered to come back, and they have been going after a lot of the shittier people on planet Earth. And I see enough signs of that being true to repeat it. Um, they are still operating the same way that the system operates, meaning military action, kill people, high technology, whatever else. They do have an idea about bringing peace to mankind. They are operating as a multi-faction, countryed secret space program, and they're being kind and they are living, on that high level. But they have not brought that to the citizenry of our planet. So that's the next step. And they have been quietly working on this for a long time. I do see plenty of evidence that they have been. Um, but it's war. It's ugly shit. And and I'm sure lots of the war and damage, the things that they're doing right now, we're going to have to heal as a planet on many different levels and different things. But let them, and they might say it's World War III. Not for you, not for me, not for us. These things will happen, actions will take place, but we will not be involved. And and that's as simple as it is. And there's no reason to be scared, and our families won't be involved, and we'll all make it through miraculously somehow, because we're meant to be here to help. And a lot of other people who are meant to go are going to go. And it's not to be callous, but it is what it is. And we all need to be really sturdy in our understanding of that, and our strength in reclaiming the mind of God, because that's ultimately what we're doing. We're grabbing a hold of what we're all meant to be and embody, and bringing this vibration into resonance in ourselves, so that we can help all of our friends and help our families, and then our families and our friends can help their friends and families, and on it goes. But it's really, I do feel it absolutely this year, like you said, Allie, like this year, like it's happening.
It's starting.
Yeah, it's starting.
It's awesome.
It's starting. It's awesome. It's gonna be
Exactly,
fucking awesome.
exactly like what you just said is what I've been saying for a long time to all my family and everything. That it's all going to come to a situation where it looks like the war is a world war, and it's going to be on the brink, and it's right here. It's happening, and it's done.
Yep.
That's exactly how it's going to be. I believe it's going to be the biggest fear, because it has to reach every person. It has to affect every person. They have to feel it. They have to see it, so it never happens again.
Well, and it's like that thing. It's this war is going to come up against those people who are like love and strength, and I'm
Hmm.
not participating in this. And most of us are there. Like, I mean, half the people who are there are in a bad way about it. We can't be doing this. So we gotta stop. But it's only going to take 5%, and then that 5% is going to turn into 10% of us who are just like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. I know that I end the wars by stopping the war inside of me. And the more space we create for that war being done inside of ourselves, between friendships, the more friendships that are honorable and, are Arnie tells me he did something really great. He made some money. And I go, yes. And I genuinely, yes. And I celebrate that thing. And now I include that in my mind, in my world. Arnie, the success, really, the more we can. Years ago, I gave all my friends and family stones. And I said, everything that I've ever hoped and dreamed for you, I put it into this stone, and I gave it to them. But the more we can actively dream of each other's successes, and see, like the more when you start to get a glimpse of something wonderful that a friend is showing you that they want to grow or want to see, when two people on earth make something true, God will make it true in heaven. It's really when they're visualizing it and you're visualizing it too, when more people are involved in the whole thing. I told you about my website, Blacklight District Studio, and there's free music and there's free comics and there's free community, and we've got recommendations and things for people to do. Like that makes it real. Things become more and more real as we share them with each other. And if you, Allie, if you heard me say all those things and went, oh, that's cool, that sounds nice, your visualization of that sounds nice in your mind, that helps make it more true. And prior to this, we've been shooting fucking holes in each other's boats like crazy, and like, and those things end up being self-doubts in other people, and manifesting themselves in so many different ways. It's just these energies are a little weird. And I mean, I even participated in some of those energies too, which, you can be pretty damn pure and still get sucked into certain things. I remember, I'm generally not a jealous person, but I can remember getting totally sucked into a massive jealousy with my brother, Cody, when he was injured and he was dealing with some health things, and my family was like sort of like concerned and sending him to the doctors and helping him. And I realized later that I was jealous because when I was sick, similarly, I didn't tell anybody. So I never got the care that I needed. And seeing somebody like, seeing my brother get that care that I needed, even though I never said anything, I always wanted that care. And I felt so jealous, at that moment, that like I didn't get that or whatever. These things can happen and sneak up on you, especially when you've been shown examples of this happened, so that person was jealous. This happened, so that person was jealous. So of course, this thing happened, and you have a moment of, should I be jealous? But on the other side of every one of those little, momentary questions is, of course, the right answer of like, no, why would I ever do that? No, I it's my brother. I love them, and I want to see them succeed. And wouldn't that be amazing to go see all their movies premiere? And wouldn't that be great to go to Jesse's concert? Wouldn't that be great to go out with Arnie? He could buy me a great steak dinner, and like these. It would be wonderful if all of us were doing as well as our highest imaginings of each other, could muster. And if we were all more powerfully believing in ourselves and our own magic, and more powerfully believing in each other, I mean, like, it's like, and as these things do begin to click into place because of conversations like this and little things, because it is these conversations or moments, like you were saying earlier, like where like we have that realization and you shift into a new way of doing things, of like, you know what? I can't force everybody to imagine all of my greatness, but I'm going to imagine everybody's greatness because I know that's going to help, and like that kind of stuff. It's and it takes a while too to even be willing to do that kind of stuff sometimes, because sometimes you feel too, well, I'm going to imagine everybody else's greatness, but there's no greatness for me. Oh, so you got to get to places where you're like, where you feel strong and you're like, but no, yeah, fuck that. I
I
want
always
their greatness.
You have to love yourself before you can love anybody else. You don't have love for self, you're not going to have love for the next person. So that's when you're going to reject that person, or you're going to not support that person, or look away from that person, make that person feel bad, because that's how you're feeling inside.
Well, on the level that you don't love yourself, as long as you don't love yourself, when that is reflected back at you, that's always the thing. And it's interesting too, because like I love myself, but at the same time, it's like a new sort of feeling for me. And it's not like it's more like I refuse to not love myself anymore. I refuse to feed the demons. I refuse to feed the archons. I refuse to play this silly game. But because the meaning lies with me, I'm still working on all of the new meaning. But I choose to love myself, and that's sort of like my baseline thing. And honestly, I think it's really like the healthiest sort of love that I've had for myself ever. It's like my love for myself has never been very strong. It's always just seems like that should be the least thing. Like that the least amount of energy should be put into that. And I've always been like just sort of going. And then when I got to a certain point, like it was like, okay, well, 51%. But even then, it just feels like well, no more than you need to, you know. But that is the journey of trying to find that balance of like being somebody who recognizes that we're all one and the same, and then also not driving yourself mental and torturing yourself, because that's so much of the game. It's like when you're selfish, it's like you start out from this great selfish place, and then you're slowly driven mad by reality. And then like when you're really selfless, you just like slowly drive yourself mad from the very beginning, and then like slowly drag yourself out of that place into like an independence where, you're taking accounting of like what you've been doing to yourself. Because it is, make no mistake, it's just all what you're doing to yourself, your reactions to all the things.
Yeah.
Why did I do that to myself? Who knows?
Soul growth.
Yeah. Did anybody get anything great for Christmas?
A gift card to get a battery for my car.
I got one of these cool sound frequency healing things from my brother.
Oh, nice.
That's cool. It's like 7 days of battery life, and it's just all the time. So I'm just constantly healing all the time. And then my other brother got me. I got lavs, so I can go on the road and do interviews and shit. It plugs directly into my phone.
Ooh.
And then I'm on a brand new computer gotten for me by my dad, which is super cool because I've been hand-me-down computers for the past like 7 years. So this is my first new computer in a very long time, and it's like dark blue, like Batman. Super nice, and like way big upgrade from like, mine was like 10 years older or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, going into the new year with some style, feeling less impoverished.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I just had my family all together, and we spent the day together, and that's
How many of them were you?
my two sisters and their boyfriends, my girlfriend, and me. Just the six of us.
That's nice. So this was the first year at the Snyder Zombie Mansion in North Carolina. We had 20 something people. Me, my kids, my ex-wife, my brother, his wife and two kids, my other brother and his wife, my sister and her boyfriend and his brother, and then a couple other friends and family that came out. And this they've been talking for years. That's the whole point that we were making it so that we could do Christmas all together in one house and have everyone together. And this was year number one, everybody together in the Snyder family, all amazing home cooked meals and fucking it was incredible. The house is unbelievable there. My apartment's the only one that's not like finished. But there's an extra guest room, like a meditation room that is a guest room that I use as my room when I'm there, and I'm planning on starting to build mine in the future in the new year. But it was pretty cool having everybody in one spot, like
That's a
old
good feeling.
times.
That's
Yeah,
yeah.
we're
Surrounded by love.
getting it. We're getting it right, the Snyder family, doing this spiritual thing, this journey.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm proud of us, especially my dad. What a fucking long way he's come. You know, totally straight edge. When I did the mushrooms, he yelled at me when I told him that I wanted to do mushrooms with him. And 15 years later, and here he is going, I get it. I'm sorry. I'm there. Like, you're there. No, that's all right. Cool. We're there. We're on the same page now.
Love that.
Yeah, it's cool. So how long do you guys usually go? How long have I made you go for how long do you usually go?
I do
Like a
seven
things
hour
a month for
lives.
an
You
hour.
do 7 hour lives?
I've done 7 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours.
Oh, you're crazy. It's like it's like time to go smoke some marijuana or like go take a pee pee. 7 hours. You're like peeing into that bottle right there and
Oh no, I just put up a sign. I'll be right back. And
oh, okay,
then
nice. We'll be back. Da, 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 da.
Because I'll check out Allie quite often, and when she goes on, I'm generally on, and I'll be on for about 45 minutes, and I'll disappear, and I'll go back on my computer 3 hours later, and
yeah,
Allie's still going strong.
Well, I got to wrap this up eventually, but
yeah, we
let
can
me
wait.
let me ask you guys two questions so I can bring this to kind of like a cool close. I kind of got to share my New Year, Blacklight District Studio, three very successful podcasts, all my music, all my comics free in one place, and lots more stuff to make. But like, what is your guys' spiritual calling for, as it is birthing in 2026 or whenever it does. I'm interested, what's like the game plan? What are you transforming? You're hearing me say, I'm taking all my music off of all these platforms. I'm going to have it control of it myself. Are you guys at any breaking points with things like that in terms of habits or how you're going about what you're doing, in the future moving forward? Where are you at? I feel like it's a very transformative time. So I'm most interested in like, what's the new wave, for each of you in terms of, I used to do it like this, but now I'm going to be doing it like this because I feel like we all must have the same thing going on. So, Allie, what's the answer?
I'm focusing on my nervous system, broadcasting from the radio tower that I am, going into quantum and spirituality and bridging it. So talking about superposition, talking about entanglement, and talking about decoherence and cohering, a lot of people are now using those terms. Now, what does it look like in a spiritual context? And I'm creating coursework and kind of episodes where here we're going to talk about what quantum clairvoyance is.
Oh, so like this is kind of why you were nodding your head so much when I was talking about me and my girlfriend, and we're doing the little energy dance thing, and woo.
I'm also doing the energy dance with a lot of things in my life very similar to yours.
Well, and the funny thing is, and I hope you're in the same stage. I said this to my mom. I said, her and I have been doing this woo woo woo, but I just would through the thing, and now when she comes back with woo, I would normally retreat, but I'm not going to retreat. So now when she comes with that momentum in our back, this time it's going to start moving in the right direction because now we're lined up with our energies, and I'm no longer playing that old game that I was playing where playing a little hard to get and coming a little closer and playing a little hard to get, which is what everybody's generally kind of doing with everything they love. Oh, maybe I'll go towards the thing I love again. Oh, wait, it was a little too much. Can't figure it out yet. Doing a lovely little dance. Okay, cool. So that says a lot, and people need that. Good idea. Good. I always felt like so much of my contribution to spiritual conversations are good visualizations and ideology. I like just ways to look at it, think of it, so that you can understand more what is really going on there, because we're just used to looking at it in ways that just is not here nor there to the reality we're living under. So you got to start to like put it into different contexts for yourself where you're like, and it needs to be colorful enough that it sticks with you so that you always come back around to, oh yeah, no, it's like this, it's like this. So Arnie, what about you?
I'm just going to continue growing. I'm going to
How tall are
continue.
you now?
I'm 5'9". But, I just want to continue growing, reaching more people, being my authentic self, speaking where I feel I need to speak, when I need to speak, creating, when I keep creating what I've been doing. I do oracle cards and that. And also it's funny, you're big into music, and so am I. I've also did the same thing, kind of like you. Years ago I wrote a lot of songs, and I've actually made them now. I've actually put them out there. Well, you're taking stuff down, I'm putting stuff up. I don't know. I don't go get it.
That's
But
great.
but
Well,
I
that's the thing. It's the Spotify, iTunes, Facebook. They're all revolving doors that the masses are trying to run through all at once.
Mhm.
That energy is no good, especially the energy of the hoop jumping that they want you to do in order to get any sort of work with the systems. At the end of the day, all of my music is kind of worthless when it's available everywhere. However, it could be a lot more worthwhile to those who it will actually be worthwhile to, if I'm holding on to it. And I can promote my music through having it in commercials and film and TV, and people can find it on Shazam and go to my website and go listen to the music. And I can promote my music from concerts and touring conventions and meeting people directly. Um, I don't have to promote my music by trying to get into the algorithm of iTunes and Spotify. And even saying that out loud makes me want to cringe. Ugh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to jump through any of their fucking hoops. I made great music. People will find it, you
For
know. And if nobody's meant to find it, whatever. I'm enjoying making it. So like it's that dispassion, that's the make Lakshmi chase me, motherfucker. So I'm going to get on Patreon and Bandcamp and have, things to go that way. And I'm going to post things from my website and do more press releases and whatever else. And it might be only 100 people listening or 50 people listening for a while, but I'm prepared for that to be I don't give a shit, really. I like better that I'm not underneath the heel of this thing and this energy. Like, it's different. And um, it's not about growing, like, and like maybe this is I don't mean to pass on some wisdom to you, but the idea of, I want to grow. Why do you want to grow?
it's not that I want to grow. It's part of my growth.
I
For me,
understand, but you understand just in terms of thinking of it in terms of I want to grow. Well, growing comes from this old sort of like baby boomer mindset of like everything's got to be growing and expansion. And I'm a rock star. How are you gonna do? You're gonna go to college? But no, I know you're not thinking that. No. I know you're not thinking that. I'm just saying there's a certain amount of, well, what do? You do what everybody does. Well, now we grow the business. You're already doing it. You're
Mhm.
coming online, you're sharing spiritual information. There's no need to grow. You would like you when you said the follow-up thing after grow, you said, I want to be able to share this with more people. I want to be able to connect. That's the right sentencing and language completely.
what I have to do, and this is part of it, is stepping out of my comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very introverted and I don't like to put myself out there. I don't like to expose myself, but yet I know I'm meant to be here to speak and to be an inspiration for people also.
Well,
And
you
I
are, and you already are.
I know that, but I need to reach more people is what my feeling really
Well,
is.
see, but that feeling, though, I would say is like an idea of lack, an idea of, well, what am I doing this for? Like, and I'm not saying this to you, like, because I'm saying I have that same thing on some level. Like, it always seems like it's not enough, especially it's like, oh my God, if I've been given a really great song, it's like, this is a tragedy that they gave it to me of all people and nobody's hearing it. It's that's a terrible thing. So it seems like very natural to want to grow, to want to, but I think that the energetic recalibration is and I think you were already kind of getting on it, like, I want to grow, I want to grow on the inside of me. I know that that will lead to my growth in terms of my reach and my ability to get to these other things or whatever. But like, I'm already doing it, you're already doing it, Ally's already doing it, we're already doing the things. Our recalibration is relatively subtle, and us knowing that we're doing it and thinking in terms of what are we going to do next is sort of the thing. Because that's like when you said, I want to grow, like that says to me, Arnie doesn't feel like he's doing what he's already doing. He wants to grow, but you're
This
already
is
doing what you
but
need to be doing.
the way I see it too is this is something that I loved as a kid. And
What?
I started writing and
Oh,
playing. I
right.
used to do all this stuff. And I got injured and it took my ability to play mostly and to do a lot of things. And I canned it. I totally forgot about it. And for me, I wanted to finish all these things that I had.
Hmm.
And using the AI algorithm, I was able to do that. Granted, it's not 100% of how I envision it in my mind how it would be, but I got it pretty close.
Yeah, I always say it's like 94 to 99%, is like the closest you can get. Sometimes you can get pretty damn close. But there's always just a little bit of, nothing that's important, but little subtle kind of things. But then sometimes too, you get the 94% where it's like, oh God, they're nailing 94% of it. And there's just like one or two parts that you're like, fucking son of a bitch. Kind of make compromises. No, it's fun. I made peace with working with the AI. There's a lot of people who are freaking out, about it, whatever. But for me, I'm sitting on thousands of songs. They're all my songs, they're all my melodies, they're all my lyrics, and I could produce them for free. Like, fuck it, man. Especially I could produce them in healing frequencies and shit. Like, yes, let's do it. So that's part of the thing of like taking on the catalog and whatnot. Like, let it be valuable. Let it be hundreds of songs that I made in its own place, as opposed to 100 of them buried in different places on the fucking algorithms for Spotify. And I mean, like, now literally Spotify and places like iTunes, they are creating AI bands that they own parts of, so that they can push them in the algorithms, and they can have bands that they own a stake in take over all the music that's being recommended to people. So it's never been a better time. Get the fuck out of here. These systems are all like just so, dedicated to just stealing your money. It's like the three levels of business. Like, they start out as a good business, then they start taking, like, getting advertising dollars, then they start taking advantage of the advertisers for their stockholders, and then in the end, they're not serving anybody. And there's a very similar thing that's been going on with all the social media, as like they've slowly just become useless. So, what is the next thing? It's a lot of community and whatnot being built in various places, but this ship is shrinking. It's about to crash. So, just don't think 100% like the system. My podcast is on these platforms and stuff like that, and it's being promoted to people through Facebook and whatnot. But that's like an avenue where through the podcast I can then promote the other things and do the things that I want to do. And I don't have to necessarily be on Facebook as an individual, pimping myself out as a personality, which is really like the thing that is like, we all think we need to be pimping ourselves out as personalities. And it's like such a fucking oof. And half the, like, just the way the algorithms reward the people, it's like, we're not saying the things the algorithms want to hear for the most part. Especially like you and me, Arnie, we've taken the conversation beyond the casual spiritual conversation. Like, they want to sell little things to soccer moms and stuff. They don't want to, like, really flip people's brains upside down. So we're getting fucked. We're all blacklisted with the algorithms, and like, they're not sharing our shit. It's a whole thing. But I kind of feel like the more rock star we are, the more like fuck this system and fuck this, the more it makes people feel like, well, I got to support this because it's on its own. So that's what I'm thinking in the new year. The new year is fuck this system. I've been a part of it for decades, and it's done me no good whatsoever. Just sort of like cheapened everything that I've ever done and never offered it. Now I'm gonna, just make my shit perfect for me. Make the music experience perfect. Make it all great and fun, and be a fucking collection of things that I think are awesome. And if I build it, they may come. I think they will.
Will come because it's from a place of here.
It always has come from there. It's a long time fucking coming, getting this shit done.
Here,
Yeah,
that's the shit that's good.
yeah. Well, anything to wrap a conversation? Because I gotta go and eat some food.
Well, it was a pleasure having you on.
Yes.
As always,
Thank you
we're
for
all
having me.
collectively in the same frequency, and that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That makes me excited and happy to show up each and every day, knowing I'm not alone.
You're not alone. Yeah, no, you're not alone.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I really thank you guys, and thank you, Arnie.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jesse.
You are so welcome. Thank you guys
Awesome,
for
my friend.
waiting for me and everything else. And I like checking in with you every now and then, so I can find out that I'm not the only crazy one on planet Earth.
There you go. But we're not the crazy ones. That's the thing.
I know, isn't that the fucked up thing? It's crazy being so sane as to realize you're a thought thinking in a body, and be surrounded by a bunch of people who have no idea that what they are.
That's the highest level of intelligence.
Yeah. It's lonely at the top.
Not so much anymore.
Yeah, it's getting crowded up here, more and more and more. Let's not make it rarefied air. Wouldn't that be nice?
We'll get there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I love you too. It was great hanging out with you.
Thank
Talk to you very
you.
soon. Okay.